appointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bouaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bouaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bouaka and behaving the President Bouaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Come on, Liberia. Inform that the violence or any student because of their action, it will be the day the entire Bouaka administration will call down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bouaka administration. The day that happens, we have to come ability to do so. And if they think this is the renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bouaka administration begins with this. If they think they will temper on any student in this country or at the university of Liberia and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bouaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put a hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bouaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bouaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the man just stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the man just went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the man just went to Ghana, the fit, and the man bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach himself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital Rosemont, Road, B Road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boaga. Boaga still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boaga president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boaga, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa was in podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the Boaga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Tuesday edition of this particular platform called The Closing Argument. I am Jerome Gayman. I will be your host as usual. We have a few disclaimers here to go over to set the ground rules as we have always done. This platform belongs to no political party, no particular political leaning. Everyone here has an opinion, has a party of choice. That's what makes this platform very attractive. We are not pro-government. We are not anti-government. We are not pro-opposition. We are not pro or anti-imposition. You are welcome to come and give your opinion and opine on subject matter that is of interest to you. What says our panelists, our guests, are the opinions, and exclusively the opinions of our guests, and do not reflect the administrative opinion of the platform. So when you come on here and you see us arguing and bickering, they are based on facts as we see them through the lenses of our guests and our panelists. We will also be monitoring our comment section. We do not insult our guests. We do not insult each other here. We may be harsh. We may be up to the point, but we do not resort to insults because we are way above that, too intelligent to do that. So if you are in our comment section and you want to denigrate or insult women or partisan or tribe or religion or whatever, that tells us that you don't belong on this platform and you are very limited. If someone says something to you and you do not have a retort, if you are not fast on your feet to respond and you have to resort to vulgarity and insult, then we will block you. If you want to insult our guests, we will block you as well. So this is where you need to be if you want it to be plain and simple, to the point, and you love to debate the issues. This is where you want to be. You are going to encounter some sharp, opinionated, well-rounded folks. And to some of you, it may rub you the wrong way, but hey, that's life. If one of our panelists gave you a black eye because you don't know how to debate, hey, I want to apologize in advance. If you left from here and your egos are bruised, let me apologize to you in advance. When you come on this platform, you should be prepared to debate the issues. But now that I have gone over the rules, let me welcome Ms. Fanta Kamara. Fanta, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. How are you? I hear congratulations are in order. Well, I'm not sure if I should congratulate you.
Well, today we have a great guy who is the Minister of Public Works. Mm-hmm. And he's coming on our show. Mr. Gideons is coming on. Guys, share this show. He has planned. I got a beef with him personally. Not that kind of way, but he was one of the progenitors of this particular platform. He basically began his career here. He was a panelist. He was sometimes host. He did everything. But now that he has become so powerful in the republic, he abandoned his own.
He's too big for us, huh?
Yeah. So I want to know whether it's in the water. What's in the water in Liberia? That when Fanta goes home, all of a sudden she's not a regular Fanta. Before I see her, I got to make an appointment. I have to go through these layers of security briefing and clearance. And I said, "What? You know, there's not a Fanta I knew. You know, so Mr. Gideon is coming. You know, why do you think people do this?"
Oh man, I think it's definitely something in the water. I would definitely not be drinking that water. You can always, there will always be no filter. Yeah, I like, my honest opinion is that power does corrupt. And unfortunately, someone is your buddy one day and the next day they're in the White House and they can't pick up your phone anymore. But yeah, it happens. It happens. It's unfortunate, but it happens.
This is real, and I'm going to bring it closer to home. My representative from District Number 3 in Grand Bassa County, I chair his campaign from the United States. We were instrumental in sending rescue trucks. We talk about these huge, like it's not a regular ambulance because it's like a hospital, and we has everything in it.
So like a mobile hospital.
Yeah, mobile hospital. We lobby, and finally the state of Florida gave it, and we were able to transport it. To his credit, he paid for, I think it was like $20,000 to have it transported. It's that big. And it got to Liberia, and we did everything. He did win re-election in Buchanan.
Nice.
I got to Liberia, and I called him. He won't pick up my phone. I left messages. I was there for 5 weeks.
Wow.
A man who I served as campaign manager wouldn't even pick up my call. So that's what, but anyway, so Mr. Gideons is coming, and I know he would like to opine on it. Maybe he's really busy. But then on the other hand, I was in Liberia in January, and I went to a restaurant to eat, and a guy that has always bashed, that Josiah Jokai, I ran into him at the Boulevard Hotel. And he told me, he said, Jerome, I'm disappointed you came to town. You didn't call. You didn't even stop by the office. You know, when you stop by, when I'm in meeting, I will come at least to greet you, make you comfortable until we can meet. But come over. So total flip side to this guy. I've been bashing him every day, everywhere, So, but and it's not male specific. Even my own someone that I call Sister Nyobli Kanga, since she became Senate Pro Tem, they won't even pick up your call.
Wow.
I mean, so it happens, but Mr. Gideon is going to be here to discuss events in Liberia, what he's doing, and I think he's ready. He's capable enough to take the questions. We're still, like I was telling the folks, we're going to be blocking folks. If you believe in everything else except the topic, then you don't need to be here.
Yeah, they get pretty ratchet, like at times. They talk about religion, and they talk about it's like so.
People's skin is so thin, and for those of you out there, whether you are a Muslim or you are a Christian or you are just a traditionalist, and you are not accustomed to an intelligent woman talking to you, you don't need to be on here. You don't need to be on here because for some of you, and that's something that we share in common. And this is culture universal. A woman should not be smart. You shouldn't be intelligent.
Yeah.
You should be inquisitive.
It's forbidden.
Then this has nothing to do with religion. It's just culture universal everywhere you go. They don't like a smart woman. So we are telling you now, if you insult or attempt to insult, we'll block you.
Even the women, like it's so sad. Like even
you guys are even worse. The women are worse. They are their own worst enemies. That's why you would rather get along with the male than you would with not all of them, because I don't want to generalize, but yet I don't know why women don't support other women. I was in Liberia when they were doing the Senate campaign in Bassa. And we had several women running, and I was shocked. Nyobli Kanga told us that we don't need 2 women from Bassa in the Senate.
Wow.
And I'm saying we have always had 2 male for 200 years. So but let me work on people. People work on, but you see, let me see that ring again. Let me see that ring on your finger. You see that the president nephew. That's why we're talking about family affair. That's the president nephew. Welcome, Pewee.
No, really? Is he really related to the Boyka?
Your Boyka nephew. You didn't know that?
No, I understand. Subhanallah. Wow.
Thank you. And you see, sometimes you spark things and you love people. And because I'm from Lofa, I'm nephew to the president. I accept it, no problem. But let me do the disclaimer: there's no relation whatsoever.
No, we're just kidding. Come on now.
I think because folks, Liberia is a very gullible society, so you ought to. Even we, the intellectual, will sometimes take this kind of perception as reality. All right, so but there's actually no relationship whatsoever. And I'm one of the very high person you will know on this show. But I'm from Lofa, and do I regret being from Lofa? Absolutely not.
No, come on.
Yeah, so the reason why he's our uncle is traditionally the Kisi people are basically the uncle to all of the Loma, the Pede, and the rest of that. There's this, and the Bandi, there's this traditional reason. It was a war back in the days. And the Kisi people protected the rest of us. And so moving forward, they are actually...
You mean like the Guinea people?
The Kisi people.
No, because the Kisi are from Guinea, so like the Guinea people.
If they are from Guinea, they're not the one from Guinea, but the one from Liberia. If you were, but generally, before we had the issue about bringing boundaries and all those things, these are people of one basic culture, right?
Yeah.
So one of the modern this issue about what we call. What the name? Those colonial days, and people came up with this, that, then it's started to bring this. But we have the Mandingos on our side. We have Guinea, the same Mandingo speaking people in Guinea. We have them in Liberia. The same Loma people we have in Liberia, and the rest of the Kisi. Across the Mano from the neighbor
We're
side.
all part of the Malian Empire.
We are indeed part of it.
Yeah,
but Mr. Gayman, thank you for actually inviting me on the show this evening. We look forward to interacting with our own Frank and brother. We started this show with us, but let me clarify. He didn't really abandon the show. I'm not talking on his behalf, but he did.
We've been here for longer. He never called in. You see, Honorable Dylan. Dylan will be in our comment section. He will
exactly, and we raised this point. We raised this point with him while in Liberia recently, and said to him, "Listen, this is your show, and this show you don't expect this show to be the Unity Party platform. No, you don't expect this show to go against the Unity Party, what the party or any political party. This show going to be balanced, right? What you do, you come in and just see what you can tell us about what is unfolding because we debated this. You said to us the Waka government would do this X, Y, Z, but according to what he said again, in government, he's always engaged. He will find time to come. And again, today, he wouldn't be here now as a panelist. He's already a government official. It's difficult for him to be a panelist.
Sure.
I mean, he's coming on today, so we have the opportunity now to grill him in a more respectful manner. And he tell what he's done. As apparently he said, we will have done more. And I can report some of these things. I told no, I'm going through my computer now and going through some things. A lot of things he said, the party would do. Then I was supporting the CDC government, right? And then we on the panel. So we normally he and myself go on it that way. But he's a respectable guy. So we look forward to he telling us what he's done. Almost 2 years since. No, not almost a little over 2 years.
Yeah, go on 3 years. We're in the third year.
I think you should have the pretzel like a war out, Mr. Gayman. Like I think you really need.
Yeah, right. Also, Honorable Pewee and Fanta, let us all be the gatekeeper here to make sure that we limit it to 2 minutes, so we can get a lot out of him.
And because, I agree, but you sorry, I'm not. You will have to be the one to enforce that. For me, if I'm on. I will actually, because if you pass it 2 minutes now, at the next 15 seconds, I will start telling you thank you, and next thing, which then you call the next person to come.
Yes.
Let's do it that way, then we'll have more all of that.
Yes. Yeah, because
I agree with that.
We have to. So, and the reason I'm saying this, Fanta, you notice that too, that some people will come real late. And then they want to regurgitate something that we have discussed 2 hours ago. I don't know if you discussed it, but no, that's not why we are here. So let's stick with the time limit. Make sure that we give him enough time, and we too will make sure that he doesn't filibuster.
Yeah.
By killing time and don't answer the question, but just be going. So we'll make sure that we bring him back to line. But so. We have been doing very well, and we are blessed that we have the caliber of people on here, Fanta, Pewee, and the rest of the guys. We come in to do what we do best for our country, But he should be coming anytime because we said 5:35. But let me look at some of the headline real quick here. Say Boakai warned against abuse of Liberia territorial waters. Can you imagine the president? We're talking about war in Guinea, about the water, people violating the water. The president making policies and we should respect water territory. Okay, Boakai Tawido studied NEC after Brown Lasana exit. These are the trending topics in Liberia. Liberia target global investment to unlock untapped fishery potential. That's one of the headlines. Liberia on top blue economy gets a defining moment. That's one of the headlines. And Liberia political class rallies around ex-foreign minister Kamara after loss of family matriarch. These are the trending topics in the Republic of Liberia. On the international scene, we are talking about war. We are talking about the military-industrial complex. Who does it benefit? Why war everywhere else? So these are the topics that will be trending until our guest gets here. But Fanta, tomorrow is April 1st. Who are you going to be fooling tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. I've always been really terrible at April Fools because it's just a habit of just being just super blunt. So yeah, nobody, nobody, but we'll definitely be plugged into the geopolitics of the world, and yeah, it's quite sad even thinking about that we're going on months now, since months and years since all of these recent wars erupted. You're talking from Sudan, that nobody speaks about, that has been going on for almost 2 years now, where millions have been displaced. You're talking about an increase in famine and hunger in countries like Sudan, where it's essentially an ongoing civil war with the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, and Dubai supporting one side heavily and frankly bleeding Sudan's of their gold. And then on the other side, you have the support of the local army, who have been tied to, of course, like the US and other European factions. And you look at the Ukraine war, that it just made no sense why he will put his people through so much suffering. And it goes back to leadership, right? Where you have actors, comedians, literally comedians coming and becoming presidents, and the expectation of them living up to actually impacting or executing policies that are going to sustain the welfare of the people. It falls through the crack because this person understands nothing about governance or administration, coming from considering their background. And you've had that war ravaging now for how long? More than 2 years now?
4 years.
4 years? Wow. Time goes so fast. Just because they wanted to be big boys and be a part of NATO, when NATO violated its agreement from expanding into that region. That was the agreement they signed with Russia, that they would never, with the Soviet Union, that they would never venture into that region. And then they use Ukraine as a guinea pig, and him not understanding what's at play, subscribe to that propaganda. And now hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have died. And then you have Palestine, an active genocide happening that's been going on for, I think, more than 2 years now, because Israel and Jared Kushner and the Saudis and the GCC states want to build fancy hotels on the Gaza Strip. And then I mean, the list goes on. And as time progresses, you just think to yourself, what is our world becoming? And most importantly, those of us who are left, who are a little bit sensible, it becomes a bigger responsibility, right? To continue to highlight those issues, continue to keep our leaders honest and accountable, because I think that's the only chance that we stand at truly any type of normalcy. But it's sad. Then you have Iran happening now, and then you have Syria being bombed and Lebanon being bombed for no reasons besides Israel wanting to expand its Greater Israel project. And it's a sad time for our world. So I hope we will not be fooling anyone, but if anything, we will be very much.
Hello, our guest here. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Our guest is here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. We have with us the Minister of Public Works, Ara Lafia Giddings. Chief, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Hopefully,
thank you for having me.
Yeah, hopefully your network will allow you to be on for a while.
I hope it does.
Okay, with me, people who are familiar with you and you are familiar with, I have with me Honorable Sylvester Pewee. Honorable Pewee.
Thank you. Let me say a wonderful and pleasant good evening to Honorable Minister. Let me again welcome you. It's good to see you, and thank you for serving the people of Liberia.
Okay, thank you.
And with me is we got Fanta Kamara. Fanta, our guest.
Hello, Mr. Giddings. I don't believe we have met, but good to meet virtually. Welcome to the platform, and we look forward to becoming acclimated.
Thank you. Johnny, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Giddings. I'm here in Morocco with you. We can see you one of these days. We can sit together and discuss some banter issues. Welcome to the show.
You have to work on the feedback from there. So.
Yeah,
thank you.
Can you pull over?
Yeah.
And find a safe place to pull over and come back in? Unless you in Vanjima somewhere, but yeah, make sure you get a safe place where you can park and no truck is behind you, because I know how it is over there. Honorable Gideon, welcome to the show. I'm Jerome Gayman. I will be hosting for the day. It's an honor having you here. I know you were one of the, I would say, veterans of this show. And I used to watch every time to hear you debate the issue, and then all of a sudden I don't see you anymore. So I said to me, it got to be something in the water in Liberia when they get into power, they don't call their friends anymore. Just kidding, but tell them how you've been doing, sir.
Thank you for having me. I've been doing okay. Of course, I've been in touch with some of my colleagues on the show. We met in person many times, and I think I've been in touch on the phone also. Let me also say happy, anniversary to the platform. I think it's a wonderful 3 years that you've gotten, and I'm sure the platform is here to stay. I wish I could always, come on, but I have a very big portfolio and a lot to do, and so I need so much time to be able to focus on that. I thought, after two years, having not appear on the show, and there was a need to come on. And I said to Tomalin, I need to come on and at least share my experience with what we are doing to make sure we get, Liberia's road network to the place where it should have been ever since. And I believe we can get there. So happy to be here tonight to share with you.
Great. Let me go over some of the ground rules. Obviously, the platform doesn't belong. You know much about the platform. It is not a pro or anti-government platform. We're here to discuss the issue. So our panelists and our guests, whatever we say here are our personal opinions, and it doesn't reflect the corporate responsibility of the closing argument. With that being said, we do not want you, or I know you won't attack the opposition, and we don't want the opposition coming here to attack, but we want to discuss the issues. With that being said, we would like to limit our speech and our comment to 2 minutes to give you enough time to address the nation. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, sure. It's okay.
Great.
It's okay.
Great.
Yes.
Honorable Pewee. Well, let me go to Fanta. Fanta, we got 2 questions. Easy. Your first question to the, well, let me go to the minister first. Let him introduce himself. For those who don't know who Honorable Gideon is, he's going to introduce himself. I guess he's a regular person just like everybody else. Honorable Gideon, introduce yourself again just for our audience and those who don't know you, meeting you for the first time. Who is Gideon?
So Roland Lafayette Giddens is a public sector, I don't want to say expert, but with very good experience working in the public sector over many years. My background is in management. I'm a management specialist, and I think I've done extremely well managing whatever is given to me to manage. I've also worked in the infrastructure sector over the last 15, 16 years, from the presidency, from what we call the President Delivery Unit, which was responsible to troubleshoot big projects, seaport, airport, energy projects, roads, and all the infrastructure projects you can think about for 4 years. And then I got appointed as Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Public Works for administration for 4 years. And let's go, of course, after that into the private sector, did some private consultancy for 6 years. And I'm also a classroom teacher. I've been in the classroom for the last 17, 20 years. Now I can't do it anymore. I love to do it. Very passionate about that. I've taught both the African Methodist Episcopal University and the United Methodist University as an instructor, specialized in teaching business administration, business policy, marketing. But my professional experience in terms of working in the public sector has always been in the infrastructure sector. And so today I learned it as the Minister of Public Works. Of course, to just do what's required to build our road network. I'm a very labor person, very labor, but however, very principle-minded. And sometimes, I'm come across as being very difficult to deal with. I'm the kind of person who many people may not like, but when you get to know me very closely, understand what I stand for, what I want to see for the country, you know that I mean well. And I don't see government as a place where we should come to just work, but I think we should take our jobs very seriously. I believe the country deserves much more. We need to give all our best. And when we're given, public offices, we need to respect what is given to us. And we need to know that the decisions we make, those decisions should impact the life of millions of people. So I take my job very seriously. And sometimes I'm a little difficult, let me say it that way. But all that I try to do is to make sure we get the right things done. And I'm sure this principle and philosophy that I carry is the reason why I may be able to do a lot as I have the opportunity to serve, whether in the private sector or public sector. Wherever I find myself, I always like to give my best. And I think that is driving what I'm doing today as Minister of Public Works.
Excellent. Give a shout out to your high school.
Oh, yeah. So I went to Kipama High School. I grew up in Maryland County. Though I'm from Bum County. I'm from Sanaye, Bum County. But I grew up in Maryland, spent majority of my life in Maryland. I went to demonstration in Maryland, J.S. Pratt, a Methodist school, Fariman, a Catholic school. And then when the crisis came, I landed in Kipama High School, which is a multilateral, and I graduated from Kipama High School. And so shout out to my people in Maryland County who still know me, wherever they are, whether in Liberia or across the world. This is your friend, your brother, your son, or your public servant. Let me say it that way.
Excellent. When I was in Bassa High School, CPHSF was one of our schools or sister schools. So I know a lot about Kehleboe High School. Thank you very much. And guys out there from Maryland County, you have a son, a nephew, a cousin, a father here carrying the flag of Kehleboe High School. Thank you very much. Fanta, your guest, I know you want to send a shout out to St. Teresa Convent. I know you want to do that. So get it out of the way and let's get to doing this.
No, if I was send a shout out to anyone, it would be Gia Gibson on Center Street, where when I do the school, like the principal will bring me in front of the school, like to give me lashes because I used to debate with the teacher. So they will hold my report card. And they will call my parents and my mom and dad will go on campus and be like, well, she does the school, but she will argue with the teacher. So shout out to Gia Gibson.
G.W. Gibson, anyhow. Thank you very much. Your first question to the Honorable.
So I'm going to use my 2 minutes a little bit differently because I want to reacclimate the audience with our guest. If that's okay, Mr. Gayman.
Sure.
Okay. So before I ask my questions, I would like to, as I mentioned, reacclimatize the audience with our guest. Honorable Giddens sits at the critical juncture of our nation's transformation as the head of Liberia's Ministry of Public Works. He decides whether Liberia and Liberians can navigate from Vanjama to Gbanga, from Sanikwale to Plibo. The institution responsible that he currently leads is responsible for every road, every bridge, every public building, and every drainage system in this country. He oversees a ministry with an 8 billion infrastructure deficit. He signed off on a $364 million road concession that will have Liberia and Liberians paying tolls until 2050. He controls the contracting pipeline that determines which companies get paid with your tax money, with our tax money. And he's not an engineer, as he just said. Well, I would like to bring your attention to Liberia's new executive law, which is quite explicit. According to Section 27.2, it states that the minister shall be responsible to design, construct, improve, and maintain directly or by contract all highways, street, roads, bridges, and storm sewers. To be in charge of either directly or by contract the construction of said sanitary sewers, hospital, public buildings, and other public works which are built for other ministries or agencies of the government, exclusive of public authorities, and to cooperate with a representative of such ministries or agencies in planning and carrying out such construction, keyword, construction, technicality, to provide engineering and architectural services for all ministries or agencies of the government, to carry out and administer urban and town planning and land use, quote unquote, rezoning, to enforce construction standards for non-governmental buildings. I want you to understand the breadth of responsibility our guest sitting here in the studio today has. Finally, to administer the law with regard to issuance of licenses to electricians, plumbers, and any other persons who are required by law to obtain licenses from the ministry to carry out their occupations. Engineers familiar with the new executive law and the ministry opine that having an engineer as the Minister of Public Works brings a specialized skill set that aligns closely with the technical demands of infrastructure development. As a daughter of a civil engineer and a father who gladly served this nation and the Ministry of Public Works, Mr. Momo G. Kamara, for nearly 30 plus years, this is quite important because the technical proficiency and
the 2 minutes has collapsed.
Sure. I'm just wrapping up. So this is really important because the technical proficiency enhances decision-making, project oversight, and the overall effectiveness of the ministry in meeting the infrastructure needs of the community. Yet our minister is not an engineer. I thought it was really important just to regurgitate that. So thank you.
Welcome. Great. Honorable Pewee.
Thank you. The minister is not actually here, but again, for the folks to be informed, you don't have to be an engineer to be Minister of Public Works. Most of our best ministers of public works have never been nothing. The act, and again, for the purpose of informing folks that are tuned to this, and so Liberians can understand what is in the law. You don't have to be an engineer. The structure of the ministry, the organic brand, is very much detailed and structured. And that's why we have the Deputy Minister for Technical Services.
Yeah,
you don't have to be.
There is a law actually here that says that it requires technical depth. Right, but there is a law that says, and I just read a section, it requires technical depth. So don't dismiss that.
On this platform to inform folks, you don't have to be an engineer to be Minister of Public Works.
But it requires technical depth.
I would say this: we have, and the structure is very clear.
Okay.
We have the Deputy Minister for Technical Services that will provide that if the minister, so you don't have to be. But the minister is not me. I wanted also, if he needed to answer. There was no question first. It was just something explaining and the rest of that. But I hope, let's see if we can get the minister back on.
I hope I didn't scare him off.
No,
how are you scared, Mr.
I don't think so. Gideon.
You said nothing to scare me off. You just said what you said just now. Nothing.
He's well versed and he's a very shrewd debater.
He's a classroom teacher.
That's wonderful.
Competent human being. How you scared?
I hope he can rejoin. I hope he can rejoin so we can continue the conversation.
So I think he's having some internet issues again. He'll be with us. So basically, is that the ministry is structured in a way that and the frameworks of our laws, and in terms of the Minister of Works role and responsibility, and if you will, they were very intentional in terms of that, and that's why even we dissolved the Ministry of Rural Development and put an anchor of that institution now will be operating along with the Minister of Public Works. We also have a Deputy Minister for Rural Development that will advise the Minister about rural development and other things. But the Deputy Minister for Technical Services will see all the technical blueprint of the ministry and have that. The minister is basically going to be the chief administrator of the ministry.
So do you know that they're in conflict? Do you deny that they're in conflict, the Deputy Minister and the current minister?
There's no conflict unfolding. There was issues almost 2 years ago, and everywhere you have some issues, and I think they are on course on that.
Wait, so are we saying, so I would love for him to answer that, because reports, according to, I believe it was the Daily Observer and even Front Page reported on this and other news outlets, that he does not get along with the deputy minister. I believe Minister
Tamba, and there was this issue. We raised this debate on this very platform when the late Minister of State for Presidential Affairs wrote a separate communication to Minister Tamba. To this, and this minister didn't like that Minister Tamba should travel with the president to China for the focus.
But you just said he's responsible for technical.
That's what I said to you. There were problems, but there's no problem. Everywhere there will be some issues, and we asked and said that the problem have been resolved, and they've been working together very well ever since then.
But Pewee, is there a law that says that you have to be an engineer?
There's absolutely no law. And let me say this for the record, Mr. Gayman, and I don't want us to take more time on this. There's no law. No law that established the Ministry of Public Works did not say that. There's nothing whatsoever in the law. What the structure is, the organic grain is set. We have the Minister of Proper. We have, and I'm not saying that for me, I don't go to Google to research this for coming.
It's not about Google. Right? What are you talking about? Somebody
sending me a text asking me a question here.
If Africa wants a story, that's going to Google.
How do we get it?
Don't downplay that. Don't downgrade.
No. Someone is asking me. Listen. I don't. This is not like a debate between us.
No, but you're giving the public wrong information, and you're trying to make my research.
You emphasize the issue about engineers. Mr. Gayman asking one question just now.
If Africa runs a story and runs the section, it's there. Don't tell me.
Africa just got a report yesterday, and that report was rebuffed. Listen, I have
look. It's not just from British Africa. It's not just from British Africa.
There's nothing in the law. There's nothing in the law, Mr. Gayman, that says that you have to be an engineer to be public.
But it is encouraged. It is encouraged that you have technical debt. That you have But it's there.
You wait is
I rest on this case.
Yeah,
it's
so the question is there is no law.
There's no law.
There is no law, but it is encouraged.
It's encouraged. Yeah, like we say.
It's there. What are you talking about? Don't dismiss that.
Like we say in the business here, right? The a bachelor's degree, but 5 years experience is required will suffice.
Exactly.
It's the same thing.
So you have someone making infrastructure decisions who have never been in an infrastructure space, and the mandate clearly says, as I just quoted, 27.2 of the new executive law clearly states that. It clearly goes over their responsibility. So if anything, you have the Constitution or you have the new law, you are the law expert. Pull up the information. Let's read it. Let's share it with the public.
It's not an issue about having law experts. The issue is about the issue. Yeah, Mr. Gayman, that's a minute, please. The issue is about. Listen, we are not bickering on this issue on the basis of what the law is saying, what not the law is saying. What I believe, moving
it doesn't matter what you believe.
Ever since even before learning things, going to school, and coming back, even the time I spent in government, what I believe is to actually go by what is on the book. And that's the basic thing. We expand it a little bit, to leave on our comfort zone to expand these things to see the actual way should be implemented and the actual sense of bureaucracy. Because these are bureaucratic proceedings,
right?
Measured along with what we call legality. Now,
so I have the actual law here. Can we share it, Myean? Like
the Ministry of Public Works, I agree that it's encouraged, but there's now in the structure of it. And this man is not, and I'm not serving here as in this is the man I served 4 years as the Deputy Minister of Public Works. This is the man, if the law has said that you have to be an engineer before taking on the job,
I never said that.
The president wouldn't have appointed him.
So why is this a question? Because I never said that. I never
4 years
claimed
as
that.
Deputy Minister of Public Works.
In what capacity?
But he is administration.
Procurement. Exactly. So nothing technical.
The framers of the law. Quick, let's get me on this. Before I think the minister is in. The framers of the law. The reason why they expanded the vision of putting in the organigram of the ministry, a deputy minister for technical services and the assistant minister for technical services. It was due to then seeing a line that they don't necessarily.
I can share what I'm talking about. Can you share what you're talking about?
So there's nothing in the law, Mr. Gayman, that said that you have to be an engineer.
Okay, that was not my claim. Number one, so you're trying to.
Yes. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, welcome to the show.
Well, I'm looking forward to a great show with the minister. The minister is trying to get on. He's in the back. He's looking forward to come on.
I think she'll be on.
And he's already on. We're looking forward to have a great show tonight. So, Mr. Gayman, everybody, it's good to see everybody. Good to see Mr. Minister. Good to see you as well.
Great. We have already welcomed Mr. Nagbe already. So let me go to Sylvester. Sylvester, we're going to keep it to 2 minutes, so we can get a lot of our ministers. You can see technical difficulties in Monrovia. Your first question, let's go around one question.
Thank you. And I respect that and respect the audience moving forward. Mr. Minister, welcome again. I just want to know, the Republic of Liberia, we have a country space of the middle weight of the Republic is 43,000 square miles. How many? It's a very short and simple question I want to ask. I think will not take you long to answer. How many miles of paved road do we have currently? That's my first question. Because the man said 2 minutes. I don't want to go too long around the place. How many paved road do we have now? How many miles do we have currently paved in the Republic of Liberia? That's the first question. And the second question is basically the president, his mantra before coming to the presidency, pushed this situation about to roll, and there's no car. He said to us, getting stuck in the mud. Where are we now in terms of not even the paved road, lateral road? Are we still seeing those kind of a difficulty moving through the southeast, the north, and throughout the country? Where are we in terms of that?
So let me say this.
Yes.
So let me say that. Thank you again. I'm so sorry for the technical difficulties I'm having with my phone and the tablet in between it. But let me also say what's happening in terms of the kilometer paved. Since we took over, we did 121 kilometer paved. So if you average that to what we met is about 1,400 kilometers But let me also say that prior to when we conducted what you call the road infantry survey, which is completing now, we had about 13,000 kilometers, 13,090 kilometers road within our entire network. The road infantry survey we're doing now suggesting that we're going up to like 14,000 plus kilometers. And this is why I believe there a lot of work to be done. And I will talk about some of the roads that we are doing now and why we're going to step that up almost 600 plus kilometers, I'm sure, by 2029. In terms of the president, instruction, public policy that he made to say no car gets stuck in the mud, I would say to you that we are doing extremely well. Over the last 20 years, you will not be able to go to certain parts of the country, especially the southeast and some part of the northern part of Liberia. But to date, during the last rainy season, you could go to any part of the country, though with small challenge, but not like what happened over the last 20 years. So we've done significantly well in terms of maintaining those corridors that are not paved. And let me say we have a huge portion, almost 12,000 plus kilometers of our road network that is unpaved. But it is not impossible for us to put in place maintenance program. And this is the leadership that I brought. I know I heard just a fun time before I left, was talking about, not being an engineer. So let me say this. You don't need an engineer sitting at the Ministry of Public Works. If you have an engineer, that's okay. No, I'm not disparaging engineers, but you don't need to have an engineer sitting as the Minister of Public Works. If you have an engineer, it's an advantage. And let me also say that my years of experience.
Technical depth is
I have
very important.
1 minute. I show we're not debating. We're not debating. 1 minute. My experience over the last 7 years, because I was in the president delivery unit working on infrastructure project. If I start to talk about electrical engineering projects across the country in terms of what we're doing now, you would think that I'm an electrical engineer. I've sat in that place for 3 years working with engineers and then went to the Ministry of Public Works, our Deputy Minister for Administration, working in the centerpiece of how you coordinate with all of the engineers and get work done. So that's a big part of my experience on the field, working with engineers that have brought me into where I am as Minister of Public Works. And there's so much that I know. Let me say that to you about engineering. Not sitting in the classroom, but from practical experience, working with engineers. I've driven the Ministry of Public Works to where it is now. So not being an engineer and what I'm doing today would suggest that I am an extraordinary person. Let me say it that way. So coming back to the question you asked, this is the first time over the last 20 years that you're able to go to almost every part of the country, even during the rainy season. It happened last rainy season. I made that to happen working with my engineers. And the engineers are very wonderful people that I work with. They respect the leadership that I bring to bear because the field that I study is about putting resources together, and that is human resource, financial resource, material resource, and I also add another resource to that, which is time resource, because I believe time is very important in executing projects. So as you set up project, you must attach time for execution, and that is how you're able to do monitoring and evaluation for the execution of this project. I'm very sure that has brought me to where I am today. So, Pewee, to answer your question, those corridors are still pliable. We're working during this dry season to make sure they remain pliable during the rains. And we are even beginning to pave some of those corridors that we intervened over the last 2 years. So yes, you can go to almost every part of the country now. And while it's raining, we're going to continue to do so.
Great. Let me go to Johnny. Your minister.
Hello, Minister. Good to see you, and I hope we can meet sometime in Monrovia. I'm based right in Monrovia.
Sure.
Okay, so as the Minister of Public Works, I know you guys are doing well to keep the roads pliable in this country. Like you said, in the last 20 years, this is the first time we are experiencing regular travel across the length and breadth of Liberia due to the maintenance of the feeder roads and maintenance of the dirt roads. I would like for you to just take your time to tell.
Wow. Johnny is frozen. Dr. Peabody, why he's frozen? Your
Yeah.
question.
Honorable Minister, good to see you. It's good to see you.
Good to see you there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me ask you. It's good to have you here. You used to be a panelist here, and we want to have you back. Let me say you've done some great job in Monrovia and in dealing with some of the roles, network, and things like that. Tell the Liberian people, what are some of your major challenges that you face? What are some of the major challenges that you face in your work, in dealing with the roles and all of that?
Of course. So let me say this. One of the major challenges that I would speak to is the resource availability. We have a deficit right now of close to $5 billion if we intend to pave the entire road network. When I visited the spring meeting, which I should be going to in the next few days, uh, I was very clear with the World Bank on the intervention in Liberia because over the last 20 years, all of the intervention in terms of trying to pave some of our road network has been done by multilateral. And the multilateral funding has been drying out over time. Official development assistance drying out. The preconditionalities that are set for these disbursements are so cumbersome, and sometimes it takes a very long time for a project to get started. And of course, there's nothing wrong with that because they put in place a lot of preconditions, the environmental concern, social concern. There's so much that they put in place. And I said, look, we also need to bring in private sector financing. And so let me announce that there's a big project that we have that should be happening with private sector funding. That is the pavement from Simba Bridge to Bull Waterside up to Tottenham, and then from Minikoma, Fuya, Vonjima. That corridor is 255 kilometers will be paved with private funding. We have found a way now to think outside of the box to do financing for our roads. And that is why we put in place the domestic resource mobilization, the road fund. I'm one of the champions of the road fund. When I was Deputy Minister of Public Works, we designed that road fund, working with the partners to get it working because we believe there can be a dedicated funding raised domestically to fund roads. And of course, it's averaging around 45 million now. I think we can do better. So resource is where we are in terms of the constraint. One of the other things is also, of course, the system in terms of some of the bureaucratic nature within government, especially moving between the Ministry of Finance, Public Works itself. We're doing a lot of reform to try to streamline the processes. But the main challenge is resource. And we're finding a way to think out of the box as to how we can create more resources to pay for our roads. But kudos to the partners. The African Development Bank, the World Bank has been very magnanimous to us. And I think most of the investment that we see now in the road network is being financed by them. We're going to have, for example, from Ganta, which is already paved, Monrovia to Ganta is paved. We're paving from Ganta to Saclipie to Tapeta. So between Tapeta, Tosta, Zoeju, John Zerita, Kehleboe to Fishtown that's already paved. We're going to have by dry season 4 contractors paving the road that will finally close the gap between Monrovia and the Southeast, Maryland and River G County. So a lot is happening, but the key challenge, Dr. Peabody, is funding. And I think we're finding ways to create some of that by bringing private sector funding in.
Great. Before we go to the next question, could you please turn your phone landscape so if you can do it like this?
Oh, okay. Hold on 1 minute.
Okay.
Bye. Okay. I will go. I will wait for the next round. I'll wait for the next round.
Yep. There you go. Excellent.
Okay.
Excellent. Fanta, your next question.
Yeah. So to clarify again, and I wish Myean was around to post what is called the new executive law. It clearly states that the responsibility of this role is highly technical and prefers engineering skills. You have mentioned you have been around engineers and you know about engineering, but those are not skill sets that say you studied. My question to you is just to clarify this, and that is the Liberia executive law, as it says, that specifies the Ministry of Public Work exists to provide. I'm going to keep repeating this, so please do bear with me. I know some people might be aggravated. That's completely fine with me. to provide engineering services, enforce construction standards, and administer technical licenses. As I mentioned, you have a business administration degree and an MBA. Your own deputy minister of technical services is a civil engineer with an Illinois Institute of Technology degree, an AFDB actual credential, and highway engineering experience in 3 countries, which you do not have. As I mentioned earlier, report indicates that there's tension.
Let's move on with the question. We're not talking about the credential here.
Well,
this man,
this is part of my question. This is part of my question. No, this is part of my question. I don't care if you're friends with him. He's here as a public servant. He's here as a public servant. I don't care if you guys are friends with him. I'm not friends with him. I'm here.
You got 30 more seconds. Go ahead.
Well, all the interruption, I don't have 30 more seconds. Like, I actually have to finish my questions.
Go ahead.
You should allow her. Allow her.
Yeah, thank you. So let me ask you directly on decisions involving structural engineering, since that's what we were talking about, road specifications and construction standards. Are you making those calls, or is your deputy who is a civil engineer making those calls?
Let me say this. Again, I mean, all of us with experience understand that most of the multilateral institutions or most of the technical institutions are not mainly run by quote unquote those technicians you're talking about. They are run by managers. I studied business administration. I studied management. And I know, one minute. We are not debating. We're having a civil conversation. Vanta, we are not debating. We're having a civil conversation. If I answer the question, you're not satisfied, you can come back with another one. I think we should be, yeah. So let's do that. We're not. So managers work by, with, and through people. That's it. I worked by, with, and through engineers. Okay? I have a technical assistant that advised me on engineering matter that may be above my limit because I'm not a full engineer, but I am an engineer by experience over the years. Let me say that to you. I do some engineering. Clearly, I've been sat in the classroom though, but with my many years, I do engineering. And so I work by, with, and through people. So my deputy advised me on engineering matter, and I provide the strategic leadership to allow to achieve what we are achieving today. So if it's an engineering decision that I need technical support, I assign that to my deputy, and he advised me on that. I also have assigned in my office a technical assistant who is an engineer. And over time, I've learned some of the matter about engineering. So we shouldn't belittle this, because if I'm not providing the leadership, the Ministry of Public Works will not be delivering on what it is delivering on. Let me also dispel the notion that there's conflict between my deputy and I. There's no conflict. There was some issue years ago, a year and a half ago, that has been settled. We are now working, and this is why the Ministry of Public Works is delivering on what it is delivering on. Until the law for public works is revised to say that the minister should be an engineer, the president, who has the prerogative to appoint the Minister of Public Works, will appoint who he believes can provide the strategic leadership to lead the Ministry of Public Works, which is exactly what I'm doing.
Excellent.
Can I ask a follow-up question? You said 2 questions.
Yes, one minute. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please share the show. If you have a question for the minister, put it in the comment section, and he will be glad and capable to answer those questions. Yeah, real quick.
Yeah, thank you. So when you mention engineering experience, my second question is, before President Botha appointed you minister, you were reportedly consulting for East International, through a firm called Imperial Consultancy. East International is the same company you and the former minister Judy Moore allegedly steered $100 million RIA highway contract during the Sirleaf government, a company described as having started as a hardware store with no prior construction history anywhere in the world. That contract failed. So if you're referring to your past experience, this is what is listed on your resume as having.
So what's the question?
Okay, the question.
I got the question.
Did you disclose your consultancy relationship with East
I got the
International
question.
before you were confirmed? That's
I got the question.
That's the question.
I got the question. So let me say that. I think it's so let me say this. I think it's you're not done yet?
No, but did you hear my question? Like I asked you a question. Did you hear my question?
I did. I got the question.
Okay.
But let me say it. I think it's a misinformation. Roland Lafayette Giddens never consulted with East International before, have no relationship with East International. If you follow politics, if I on this platform, I was one of those who criticized the RIA project for what it was, and that's why we are fixing it today. If some of the panelists on the platform can remember, I debated the RIA project. I felt it was not a good project for the way it was designed and executed. And that is why, since I became Minister of Public Works, we're fixing it. I had the GSC to come and audit the project. Now, how will I bring the GSC to audit a project that I have a relationship with? They will establish that. The audit just got done. That is why the project has been stalled for a few months, because I insisted we audit it before we paid a dime to the company. In fact, this government has not paid any money to East International yet. All the money they've been using to build our road has been money disbursed to them by the last government. So I cannot have a relationship with a company that will bring in the GSC to audit. So, Fatu, I don't know where you're getting your information, but your information is wrong. Fanta. Your information is wrong, because I just audited the East International on the RIA project, and GSC has the report. So I think your information is wrong.
Please share it.
So who gave you the information is wrong?
Thank you very much.
Please share that report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome Honorable Seaton. Seaton, welcome to the show. You are muted.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to be.
This man came over here and gave credit to your Southeasterners from Kipamos. He said you guys are smart. Then you come over here and you're talking to yourself. You don't even pull your microphone.
But Mr. Gayman, mathematician can be part of the debate.
Yeah, right.
Of course, mathematician can be part of the debate, because most of
the square of the pillow, right?
yeah, the pillow of engineering is math. Minister, thank you very much for coming on the show. We do appreciate your presence. I think it is a good thing that those that are working in government.
You got 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Those that are working in government, especially at the ministerial level, will avail themselves to come to this platform to explain to the Liberian people and the world at large what they are doing to effect the necessary change that Liberia needs. So I want to say thank you for coming. But I have a question, and my question is in twofold. Number one, you talk about some of the critical issues that you guys are faced with now is funding. Now, how are you going about to address that? Because obviously, without funding, you guys cannot be able to implement and build most of the roads that the country really needs. That's number one. Number two, in terms of the yellow machine acquisition from China, I want you to give us your thought on the distinction between the yellow machine from China and Caterpillar machines. Which one of these two set of machines are durable, and which one of them have a good track record of performing engineering tasks, especially when it comes to F movement? So I would like you to clarify all these issues, and I will rest for now.
Okay, so on the first one about the funding source, like I said, one of the things that the government has done, continue to do, and I'm one of the person who's pushing that, is to make sure we enhance the road fund, because the road fund is responsible to, raise domestic resource for investment only in road rehabilitation and construction. There's only one and a half, I would say, now sources that have been used, fuel levy and also vehicle, registration. One of the things we're trying to do, one of the things that I got the World Bank to do is to help us with a policy for setting up toll in some of our corridors. Since we built most of these roads, we've not been able to put into a system to recover some of the investment that we're making. So very soon we should see toll system in some of the corridors to recover the investment. I think that will also enhance our domestic resource mobilization, because the law that created the road fund also talk about setting up toll system. And so right now we are doing the policy, and hopefully next year we could be seeing the installation of some toll policy in some of the corridors. In fact, some of the projects we are designing now, like from Salaye to Konya up to Vonjima, we're already designing in there way stations and toll stations to be able to generate resource for investment in the road corridor. I'm one of those who believe, as much as we're looking to foreign investment in the road sector, private sector investment, multilateral investment, we also should look at domestic resource mobilization. With the road fund, we can raise up to 1,700 million every year. And with that kind of investment, you can attract private investment. Because one of the things that the funders want to do is to make sure that whatever investment they make, there is predictable, repayment architecture in place for that. And the road fund serve that purpose. And that is why I'm pushing and always push for transparency and accountability in the way the road fund is managed in terms of collection, disbursement, remittance from the Ministry of Finance when LRA collects that. And we're working on streamlining the system and making sure it is transparent. On the issue of the yellow machine, comparing the equipment, of course, Caterpillar is one of the best, brand of earth moving equipment. But there have also been many other brands that have been, developed by other countries. And so the Chinese also have equipment that have been developed. One of the things that we try to do, if we were investing what we did in Caterpillar, the quantity of equipment that we've got in, we're never going to get the quantity because Caterpillar is very expensive. So we're looking for equipment that could still do the same work with maintenance and, of course, a training package involved. And so what we did was to make sure we have the best. And based on the procurement law, they once the standard in terms of the quality of the equipment or whatever supplies you're buying meet the standard, the minimum standard that is set up, then the costs become the trigger for deciding which company wins the bid. And the company that won the bid to bring this equipment in country was lower than the company that was doing Caterpillar, which was going to be all $4-5 extra million. We are servicing and we are training component into that. So we believe these equipment are being used already in country by even the government. We have some at the Ministry of Public Works, and some of them have lasted for 5, 6, 7 years once you maintain them properly. So the investment was to make sure we have more equipment. That is why every county is going to have a small little maintenance hub that will begin to look at, rehabilitating and reconstructing some of our feeder roads within these different counties.
Great. Let me welcome Honorable Victor Nagbe. Victor, welcome to the show.
Hey, it's good to be here, Mr. Minister. How are you? Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me welcome the audience as well. And thanks for, the information you're providing. I just have two concerns. One, can you explain to us?
Before you get to that, let me welcome Chief Tomalin George. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you, and also let me again also.
I wish we could get our logo off your face. You are behind. Can you move to your right? No, the other way, the opposite. Excuse me. There you go. Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, let me also welcome the Minister of Public Works. For braving the storm to come on our platform. It's not easy for ministers to just come on platform that mostly our platform is independent. We are not government, we're not opposition, we're just for Liberian people. So when the ministers come here, we all want to express our appreciation to him. With that being said, we are going to greet the minister today because he's in a very important position. But let me also congratulate him. Last year he was considered one of the best performing minister in the president's cabinet, he and the foreign minister. So I want to congratulate him for that honor. But we want to say we appreciate you, and we're going to be back on your own platform. But we are going to put you in a hot seat tonight. Thank you.
I'm already in the hot seat. Contract got me already.
Honorable Victor Nagbe, your chance. 2 minutes.
Yeah, and let me congratulate you because we understand some of us are following in your footsteps. Thank you again for coming. I'd like you to talk to us about the brouhaha with the Jaw River Bridge in Bond County. When the CMC started the construction of that bridge, you requested the specs, you meaning the Minister of Public Works through the government of Liberia. Those specs were submitted to the government, and then you in turn decided you were going to build that bridge yourself. And then after much back and forth, you gave us a price tag of about $1.3 million. We're building that bridge for far less. So I want you to please explain to us what it was that we missed and what the qualification process is, because we know of a lot of other projects that are going on around the country. I know there is a bridge that just collapsed in my district of Maryland County, and I'm sure either they submitted the specs to you or they did not. Either way, that bridge has collapsed. None of our bridges has collapsed. So I'd like you to please explain to us what's going on.
Okay, so let me also say what we're trying to do is to clean up the sector. The ministry may not have the capacity to be everywhere, to be able to monitor what people are doing, but we're trying to make sure that happens. We don't want anybody building, whether it is a horizontal construction or a vertical construction, without the approbation of the Ministry of Public Works. So we have our team in place, and the ones we're able to put our hands on, we'll put our hands on them to make sure it's done, because public safety is a key part of that, especially when it comes to constructing a bridge. There has to be different studies, different tests done, hydrological tests done. There has to be a geotech done. There has to be several tests done, soil tests and all, to make sure that particular corridor, that particular section where the bridge has been built, the kind of design that's required. So we trying to make sure we start that. And that was one of the situations. But there was a conflict between the cost that you're talking about. That cost that was mentioned was for another bridge in Bond, not that bridge. The cost for that bridge were anywhere around $500,000 to $600,000 for the construction of the bridge you're talking about, the Jaw Bridge. So there was a conflict between the two. It was for the other bridge, which was $1.3 million, and that bridge is the bridge that we're going to be constructing. So once we got because we don't want people to politicize the construction of infrastructure. Okay, when a political party chooses to build a bridge or want to build a bridge, which the government does not have all the resources, and we welcome private sector, we welcome NGO, we welcome anyone who has some resources and want to invest in the infrastructure. But the ministry has to guide you and make sure the right thing is done. Make sure the design is approved by us. Make sure the construction is supervised by us. And that's what we're trying to do. But again, because it was a political party, it became politicized. We finally got to the table, ironed it up, and now they're constructing the bridge with our guardians and our supervision, which is okay. And I don't think we're here to stop people from helping, because I said there's deficit already. So we need all the support, but we just want to coordinate that and make sure it's done properly with the right design and under the right supervision.
Well, thank you, Liberia Wings. So let me ask you this, and yes, I was coming, I heard you talk about the yellow machines and a lot of concerns, and I am wondering, what is your role as, the sector responsible primarily for the kind of thing that we're being told the yellow machines have been brought for? How do you factor into the decisions, the acquisition, the deployment of these machines? Because we know the former defense minister has an agency now erected that he's responsible for. These machines were initially given a pro forma invoice for almost $80 million. Now we are down to $22 million for the same quantity of machines. How does that make sense to anybody? So I'd like you to explain to us, what are we missing here? Are we getting far cheaper yellow machines? Was the cost inflated? How do we still maintain 285 yellow machines for a price almost 4 times less than the initial price that these machines should have been costed? And one of my friends wants to know whether, these are not too many for Liberia, 285 machines. If you don't mind, just help us make sense here.
So, again, speculation and I don't want to say gossip, but speculation is a part of what happens in the public space. And once misinformation gets into the public space, it's difficult to get it out of there. I don't remember, and there was no procurement process that saw anything about 80 million for the equipment. I know the only procurement process that was presided over by the vice president, and I was a part of that because we are the sector ministry, was the one that we did, and that got us to procure this equipment. It's about $21.6 million, which gave us 285 pieces of equipment and 20 pickups, trucks for our resident engineers and the different maintenance zone. That is the contract that we had that was done through the PPCC, went through all the procurement processes required, certified by PPCC, signed by the Minister of Justice, myself, and the Minister of Finance, and we follow all the processes required in terms of budgeting and funding to pay the contractor to bring the equipment in country. And the first batch of the equipment has come. The second batch should be coming in a few days, and then the third batch by the end of May. So by end of May, all of the equipment will be in country. The president is the president, and the president thought, because this is the first time for us to have all this equipment coming in country. Before the crisis, we used to have what you call the public works EI regionally, but we didn't have all this quantity of equipment. That is, every county is supposed to have a set of equipment and like a small zone. So managing that is a vast responsibility. The president thought it makes sense because, secondly, we're also going to be bringing in agricultural equipment. About 300 pieces plus of agricultural equipment that will be coming in the country in a few months. So it's a bigger picture of what the president is thinking about, not just for rural, but also for agriculture. And he thought that there should be a special committee set up to work with the Ministry of Public Works, the GSA, the Ministry of States, the Ministry of Defense, the Engineering Department, the Engineering Battalion, and also the GSA, which is responsible for asset management. So we are all on that particular committee. It's a board. We provide the technical support. We design the role. We will execute working with them, but they will provide that level of management when it comes to moving the equipment, working with the local government, working with the legislative caucus also to identify the roles for us to be able to do. And the president in his wisdom thought that we needed to set up that structure. And we all fit within the structure. So we are working to make sure our roads are done. And this is about investing in our roads, rehabilitation and construction. So the equipment will be here and will be managed based on the structure that was created and sanctioned by the president.
Thank you.
I know I had two questions, Jerome.
No, you asked your two already.
I know. Hang on, Jerome. I think there's something linking here that's not clear. I just want to make sure, Mr. Minister, I understand that the initial presentation that was made by Deputy Minister of Accountability, you're telling us that all of that, which was made at a cabinet meeting, was all Liberia Team Momo. Because you're telling me that the only contract that you have is the one negotiated by the vice president. What do we make of the one that was negotiated by the deputy minister, who actually initiated the 285 yellow machine concept?
No, there was no earlier negotiation contract that was done for 80-something million. There was nothing like that. Okay, I think the president highlighted that about a friend that he had that thought that he needed to provide support to him. And that whole process started. But there was no negotiation. There was no contract signed. That is why the equipment that came into the country, the owner has it. It's not part of the equipment that we have. The only contract that was negotiated was the contract that was finally done recently for $21.6 million for this equipment. All of the others, there was nothing like a contract done. There were proposal discussions about it, but there was no contract consummated for 80 million. So that never happened. There's no record to show that. Never.
Jerry, muted. Come in, unmute yourself.
Yeah, 1 minute real quick. I'm coming to you guys. I got somebody on the phone. Your name and where you calling from?
Hey, this is Robert. I'm so sorry, Mr. Kittens. Mr. Kittens, I couldn't be on, unfortunately, but it's a pleasure to have you on the closing argument. Hopefully you come back. But I have two quick questions for you. Where are we, and perhaps you can elaborate, do you think that this government lied to Liberians with this whole promise about the first 100 days, no car being stuck on any major road or on any road for that matter. And also, as public work minister, you did admit in the FOIA project that you could not on the FOIA project because for security reasons, but you did admit that the project got your clearance. So you were the project, the president was aware of the project. Can you clarify who are those, since it's out there now, who are those international donors that contributed to the project? We've been asking this question for a very, very long time. Who are those, and what is the dollar amount in contribution they made to this project? And also, what is Liberian government responsibility as far as their contribution to this project as well?
No, there's something else. There's a kid, the Fed.
Guys.
Okay, so
everybody. Who is that? Go ahead, Minister.
You want the person to report himself?
So I got a question. The first question about the first question, Rabbi, I wish you were on. Good to hear your voice. Been a while. But the first question about the 100-day, whether the government lied, the government did not lie. It was a project that got executed. Of course, there had to be a start date, and the execution was towards the rain because we took over in February. We executed our project in terms of physical work as of April. We started, and successfully, there were some corridors that were ready, open up for usage in terms of pliability during the first year. The second year, we have improved on it. So it was named in 100 they want to begin to execute it. The president made a public policy statement, and we executed our program very well. So I don't think it's a lie, because the Liberian people in the Southeast, the Liberian people in Grand Jida, you can take now 2 hours, 30 minutes for Grand Jida to Ganta. Someone came last and told me they took 2 hours, 30 minutes. They were in Ganta. So it never happened. There were times where you would take almost 2-3 days just for Ganta to Grand Jida, to Swetu. So it's happening. It was not a failure. And that's why we're going to build on that. The ones that we need to pave, we are paving them. The ones that should continue to remain will remain. On the FOIA project, I was very clear that the Ministry of Public Works signed off on the design for what is being constructed there. That project is directly under the Ministry of State. It's under the Ministry of State, and it has security implication. We don't know about the financing of the project. It is not financed by Public Works. It's not part of our budget. The Ministry of State can provide information on that project. But we sanctioned the drawings of the project because it was a project that has to be clear out by Public Works for execution. That is what I can say about that project. In terms of the financing, that is with the Ministry of State. Because, of course, like I said, and was stated, it has a security implication. So the Ministry of State can provide further information on the financing. Public Works does not have that information.
Thank you. Before I go to Tomalin, George, your name and where you calling from? Hold on. Excuse me, hold on 1 minute. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Kehleboe Gongloe. I'm calling from the state of Pennsylvania, the state of brotherly love, in the city of Philadelphia. I'm happy to see Minister Gayman on the show tonight. I say welcome by. But I have just quick questions for you. One, I listened to you very keenly. You named the sector ministries involved in the process of procuring the machines. You said you guys follow all the procedures and processes. Under the PFN law and under the PPCC Act, the revised Act of 2010, it's very clear on that, how you procure for government. Like in the budget of 2025 and the budget of 2026, there's nothing in the budget for purchasing of machine. My information, which is also public information, I think the Vice President reported that it is one of the local banks in Liberia that actually pay for the purchase of the machine. So you guys don't know. And under the PFN law, before you take loan, it has to go through the legislature for ratification because you are committing government to feature, you are giving up feature application to government. That's one, if you can clarify that. Two, the PDCC executive director appeared at the Liberian Senate and said PPCC had no knowledge of the purchase of the equipment, which is a clear violation of the Act. You procure for government, but the arm of government that should specify and sanction and approve quality and procedure for this has no idea. Is that a violation, or is that another type of classic corruption similar to what was with the $22 million, which you said I falsely accused you, but then you apologize at the Liberian Senate? Can you also clarify?
Thank
so
you.
let me clarify that. I will also talk about the 22 million apologies. There's no time that the procurement, the public procurement executive director stated to the Senate that he has no idea about the procurement of the equipment. That's not true. I will challenge you to bring the tape or the video or the audio when he said that he had no idea about the purchase of the equipment. He did not approve anything. That's not true. It's wrong information. Secondly, on the budgeting process, in the road fund is under the Ministry of Public Works, but we do what you call the annual road maintenance expenditure framework. It's a plan that is done outside of the budget. In the road fund of 2020-25, there was an amount of 5 million in there for the purchase of the yellow machine. The legislature also stated in the budget law that the government, the executive, can go ahead and purchase the machine, and over 3 years, the payment will be made. That gave the executive the authority through the road fund, because the road fund can contract loan. So the road fund used that authority to contract 16 million from the UBA bank to finance the purchase of the equipment. This year in our budget, we're paying UBA 6 million, and then we're going to do it over 3 years. So that's how it was done. So if you look in the budget, you won't see anything say yellow mission, but under the road fund, which there's a full amount, and the road fund, we develop what you call the annual road maintenance expenditure program. Under that program, there was an amount for the purchase of equipment. So you won't see it in the budget as you're looking for it, Gongloe. You will see that, but that was how it was done. And that is why I can defend that. If it's audited, there will be no issue because the law was followed. On the 23 million you spoke about, there's a whole dossier about that. What I said to the Senate was that the Senate argued that the Minister of Finance at the time gave a blanket approval of the amount that we're spending when the full budget was not passed. But there was an amount under the 100 days that was approved. And based on that amount, we executed a portion of the contract. When you sit before the legislature, sometimes they will say, because of what you're saying, it's not right. And we said, since the full budget wasn't passed and the Ministry of Finance gave the approbation, we think the Ministry of Finance should be called to question. But I said, as the sector minister at the time, because of the emergency and what we were doing, and that the Ministry of Finance gave the approbation for us to proceed with procurement, and that when the budget is finally passed, it will be in the budget, that amount, we took responsibility for that. If that injured the legislature, if that injured the Senate, we're sorry. But it was not that there was something sinister done or something about corruption that was done. That was what happened. And I still stand by that and still speak today. Today, the senators, the representatives now can travel into the rural part of Liberia, the southeast and other places, and they come back and praise the work that we've done. This is what we were trying to do at the time because we needed to get started. And that is why the government is doing what it's doing in roads, because we are very intentional. As much as sometimes it appears like we're trying to take decisions that may not be in line with the law as people may think, but we are very meticulous when we do it, because I know I can be audited and I know I could get in trouble. So I'm very careful what I do. We always stick within the confines of the law, and that's exactly what we did.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, share this show. We have with us today the big boss from the Ministry of Public Works, Mr. Gideon. Johnny, you were in flight and you got cut off. Question for the minister.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe someone has asked. I was just asking the minister initially to tell Liberian people his functions and duties at Ministry of Public Works. I don't know if someone had done that already.
Yes, we went over that already.
Okay, so I also observed that There are some roads that were being built during the past regime from Madame Salif to now that I believe were not completed based on the way I see them, because sometimes some of the roads are having different layers. I want him to respond to that. Example, Dopoh Road, Dixville Road, and other parts of the roads that have been built in Rovia, where we see layers are not completed. First coast, second coast. What is the Prime Minister doing about that? And how do we, how does he expect us to understand the roads are complete or incomplete? And
Yeah, so
I want to know also what is the role of the Prime Ministry with regards to the air moving equipment that the government is purchasing now. What is their role in having those machines in the country, and how are they going to be functioning to provide access to communities and places in the country?
Right.
okay. On the functionality of our roads within the maintenance zone, I would
Did you
say
hear
that
me?
way. I got you. We are providing the technical support. We are designing the roads. We will build the roads. We have resident engineers in each of the counties. They will be responsible to control the technical activities at the maintenance zones within the counties. So public works is playing its role. We play our technical and operational role within the maintenance zone that has been set up in each of the counties. That's the role we play. On the issue of some of the roads, yes, there are roads that are not completed. For example, like the Marshall Road. The Marshall Road is only a single layer. That road, we're looking now to work with Maritime because Maritime financed that road when they started to build it in 2019. So that road will be financed, not 2019, but I think by 2015, 2014. That road will be financed completed by Maritime. We are having conversation with them to complete it. The this way we're talking about, yes, we know that this way will also. There was an issue with that road in terms of how it was contracted at the time. So we had to redo it because it was by letter to proceed, which created some problem. It didn't go through the full procurement process at the time, but that had been straightened up already. There's one layer that's remaining, and there's the binder coast that is done on one section. So we're not doing this yet. We're preparing all of the technical document and the specification to make sure it is done next year in our next budget. So yes, there are some of the rules, and I named those two rules. You said these will, yes, these will, and I also brought in the Marshall Road, which we're trying to complete 100% with the second layer.
Great. Great questions, great answers. The minister is up to task, I think. In my opinion, I'm going to hold back some of my questions. Let me go back to Pewee. Pewee, you are next, and then after you, Fanta. You are muted.
You go to find out when I hear too.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be Tommy and then me.
Okay. Mr. Honorable Gideon, you see, you think your job is tough? My job is tough over here. You see, I'm on the hot seat too.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. And I was quite recently in the country, and I drove to via the Banga Manikamot Highway. That's the road from Banga to Lofa, my own home county, Lofa. And the last administration, the Myean administration, did that road from Banga City all the way to Lofa County in Golu. Road stop in Golu in Salai district, just probably maybe less than if I want to put it 15 to 20 miles away from Salai town. I just want to know for you to tell us what is the ground line, the status of that road now, the contract, because I've been told that the government of Liberia was still also in a negotiation with the Kuwaiti fund to fund that road to the Manikamon border. That's one. Another major concern that I have, Mr. Minister, is this RRA road. Do we now, as Minister of Public Works, do you have full timeline as to when this RI road will be dedicated? This one, because it been some very major concern. The past administrations, where to stop and where you took it from. And the last time I was just in the country in December of last year, we still found out that there's a lot of work left to be done on that road. And the last aspect of it is that I'm taking you back also to because the issue of getting the status of most of those roads we have. I'm thinking back to the Abraham Babangida Highway. I drove on that road also, and I found out that most of the corridor there, the corridor moving to that, pushing towards the Clay Junction and other things, the road is very depressed. I don't know, it's depression, what kind of a level of depression, the correction and depression unfolding, and there are a lot of potholes on that road. Is there any plan? And that is the road I'm told this person is driving on every weekend to go on his farm in Torgbean. As Minister of Public Works, do you have any knowledge of any? Is there plan to redo the Abraham Babangida Road?
So let me start with the first one with Salahye. Yes, there's great plans, and I thought, I got in here and I started being bombarded with different questions. I thought I could lay out, what's happening now. But as you ask some of the questions, I'll be able to provide, information about that. The Salahye, the Banga Salahye corridor, that project when we took over stopped. That project started from the. I was at the Ministry of Public Works when we initiated this project with the Kuwaitis, with the Saudis, OFIC, and also Badia. They funded that project, and this project is overdue. It should have been completed a long time. In fact, we should have been closer to Vanjiman by now. And I want to believe if we were still at the Ministry of Public Works at the time, by now we'll be driving up to Vanjiman. But be it as it has been, when we took over, we went back to the Kuwaitis because the Kuwaitis were the fathers of this project. They initiated it. They brought on the Saudis. They brought on they brought on OFEC. They brought on Badia into the project. And so we went to Kuwait to ask them to please restart the project because the project stopped completely. It was completed by up to 67%. We needed to get them to come back to funding. We had about $11 million owing the contractor. The contractor had demobilized. The funders were fatigued based on the government ability to manage the project. So we finally got the Kuwaitis back on the table and they agreed. So the project now is being executed. Badia got back, the Saudis got back. OPEC is also in the room. And so the project is being executed. By next month, the project will be completed. We thought that we could dedicate the project the first week of next month, but we could not because of the crisis in the Middle East. So we have to push the dedication now towards the end of the month or first week in May. So the project is about 94, 95% complete. In fact, we got less than 4 kilometers to be into Salahye, and they are doing now completion markings and all of that. So the project is on course and it should be completed. But this is the good news that has also come. When we went to Kuwait, we also reactivated the discussion to take us from Salahye to Konya. So let me also announce that we have funding now for Salahye to Konya. That's 50 kilometers, and also to the Yela Bola. We have commitment from Kuwait, commitment from Badia, and commitment from OPEC. So we have 72 million already for the project. So hopefully by dry season, we'll start paving from Salahye to Konya. And then once we hit Konya, before we hit Konya, the commitment has come in already for the balance 65 kilometers up to Vanjiman. So I can safely say we have the funding to pave up to Vanjiman. Now, on the RIA project, the RIA project, like I said, was audited. We're not going to get restarted in terms of physical work execution. We did an extension of the project up to next year, 2027 December. We're hoping that we can meet that deadline. When we did the audit, finalized all of the reconciliation with the different banks and the loan with GSC. We have now on the contract should be anywhere around 34 to 35 million balance. I hope that the government, we're not going to take any loan. We're very clear with that the government will fund it. This year, the government budgeted 13 million already into the project. So we're hoping that we can hit the milestone and be on target for 2027 December. If not, they're going to push a little bit into 2028. We don't hope for that. The bridge construction will take 2 years, so that will be a little delay. But in terms of the road works, we are on target for 2027 December. The question about the Abraham Babangida corridor, but let me start from Gabriel Tucker Bridge. For
Yes.
Gabriel Tucker Bridge to Freeport, we're going to have the Japanese. Jaka is completed the ring. It's going to be a part of the Japan Freeway. So the project will start in July, construction up to Gabriel Tucker Bridge. In fact, my deputy for technical services was in Japan, represented the ministry at the time. We did a proposal to the Japanese. We hope that they can agree to that. It's a proposal, not finalized yet, for the construction of a new bridge alongside the Gabriel Tucker Bridge. And the intent is to elevate the Gabriel Tucker Bridge. So we have 2 lanes of bridges because once we open up that corridor, the 1.9 kilometer up to Freeport, we definitely need to relieve the traffic. The bridge will not be okay for the traffic. So they're studying that proposal and they could do that. For Freeport to Simba Bridge, we already doing the construction, MDMC, a Liberian company that I'm very proud of to know that a Liberian company can even get to the level where they're building asphalt road like that. This is what we want for Liberian company. I'm one of those who believe we need to push our Liberian company to the best of their ability, and I'm pushing that. Those who want to perform, we work with you. Those who don't want to perform, we don't work with you. That is my philosophy. And so MDMC is building the road now up to Simple Bridge. From Simple Bridge to Clay to the Bowater side, including the Abraham Bamajida Highway, it's going to be 4 lane.
Okay.
That is the project. 4 lane, 2 coming, 2 going, up to the border. The current Abraham Bamajida corridor, that road is still in good shape. There's some depression, like you said, but what we're going to do some repairs, carries with it, and then put 2 new lanes on the side. So we're going to do 4 lanes from Simple Bridge straight to Bowater side, and then 2 lanes into Tottenham. That is part of the Pebefort private sector PPP project. We're also going to do Minikoma Fuya Gonjaman. So the whole ring from Banga up to Minikoma is been covered. I can say that now. It's just a matter of time. I'm hoping that we are able to execute that in time. So that is where we are. So the Abraham Babadilla corridor will be taken care of under the Pebefort arrangement, but it's going to be expanded to 4 lane up to the Sierra Leone border, Bowater side.
You're on mute, Mr. Gayman. Mute.
Just before I go to Tomalin, let me bring my our next guest. Your name and where you calling from?
You got another guest?
Yeah, your name and where you calling from?
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Calvina Cole. I'm calling from Texas. I have 2 quick questions for the minister. Question. For Liberians or private developers looking to build in Liberia, what is the official process? Do we need prior approval from the ministry before construction begins? And then the next question, are we required to use licensed engineer or, have our plan approved for ongoing inspection? How is compliance being forced to prevent unsafe or substandard construction in Liberia? Thank you.
So if you want to construct, for example, you want to invest in a sector, you must engage the Ministry of Public Works. One of the things that we do, we always open up to whoever want to invest at whatever time. And we have a council where we issue what we call a non-binding MOU. If you have interest in a particular corridor to go and do on your own feasibility studies, if we don't have the studies, if you can invest in doing the study, that's okay. That is how we get some of the private sector investment. To show that you're serious, we give you a non-binding MOU to do that. If you have to register with the Ministry of Public Works, there's a whole process. We have what you call the triple CS, which is the constructor classification system that we have. You have to go through that process. You have to also register with the Association of Liberian Constructor Contractors of Liberia. There is an association that you must be a part of, where you might have licensed engineer. EXO, which is the Engineer Society of Liberia, licensed engineers now. They have a program for licensed engineers. They have to be a part of your management team, for example. And then once you get that, you get qualified. Whether you want to be a consulting firm or you want to be a construction firm, they're 2 different things. In construction firms, you have to have few pieces of equipment. We don't give you license, especially in certain category, if you do not have equipment to construct. Yes, we have to approve it. We have to approve the design, whether it's a vertical or horizontal construction. It has to be approved by Public Works. But let me also say there are people who may attempt, and sometimes they will our approval. One of the things we're doing, we're going back and we are now reinforcing our inspection. We'll find you, and sometimes we even redesign and tell you have to reinforce some of the structure. If we do a structure test and realize that what you build is not signed, and that there's public safety issue, you will have to do some reordering, and there's a way the engineers can work with you to do so.
Great. Let me go to St. Tomalin, George.
Okay, thank you. I'll go straight to my question. Mr. Minister, first, I know you mentioned Robert Street Highway. That's one of my main place of interest. But it is true that works out. I was in Liberia in November. I saw they were working on the highway, but then folks coming from Morocco recently said that works have stopped. Have halted on the route. Is that true?
Yeah, it's true. And I stopped. I don't want to say I stopped the work, but the work was stopped because the contractor was asking for additional payment, and we needed to understand where we were on the project. All the funding the contractor was using was funding that was secured by the last government. So we brought in GSC to audit the project because I say I was not approving any payment to the project if we did not audit the disbursement that was done. 3 different loans were acquired by the last government for the project. The government also paid X amount to the project. So when we look at all of the disbursement to the project, it was close to 100 million. And I felt we had to audit the project before this government, this unity party-led government, under President Bouaka, agreed for any disbursement. So we have not disbursed a dime to East International as this government over the last 2 years. We thought that the project should be audited. Finally, the audit is done. We've sat down with the company and the auditors for GSC and the Ministry of Finance. We agreed on the numbers that left on the contract. We did a technical audit on the project as to where we are. We've agreed now. We harmonized the issue. We have a new subsidiary agreement that will be signed in a few days, and that will allow us to trigger disbursement. So it will be the first disbursement ever made to the contract since we took over. And we felt we needed to do that to straighten up the project before we proceed. And that's where we are. So in the next 2-3 weeks or so, you'll see physical work starting on the project. And once the physical work gets started in that corridor, it's not going to stop until the project gets ended.
So East International will continue the project?
Yes, of course. They still have the contract to continue the project, yes.
So there's a fixed amount about it. How much that project will cost? The RI, the total amount, how much it will cost?
So the actual project was 116 million. Okay, that was what the last government signed off with East International for the project. When we did the audit and the analysis showed that they have gotten up to 100 million. So when we did all the deduction, working with the different loans, because the Afro-Asset Bank gave 2 loans sanctioned by the government in terms of guarantee. The ECOWAS investment gave also another loan, and the government had paid up to 20 million. So we had to harmonize that amount. We felt they had gotten a lot of money, and the work that was done in our minds, in terms of the audit, did not cooperate with the disbursement. But then when the audit was done, there was upfront charges taken by the banks when the bank disbursed directly to East International, because that's how the project was designed. The last government designed a project where money was paid directly to East International, not on milestone, but just disbursement. And I felt it was wrong. And I criticized that many times. I sat around the platform and I criticized the project and said that the project, was a terrible project. And I was just surprised when Fanta said, somebody else had a consultant for East. I said it was misinformation because I couldn't be criticizing my own company or my own consultancy. But we're facing the project now. And I think it is where I'm very pleased that now we can proceed with it. We have to do the audit to get us to start. And so the project will definitely get in it. We have no option but to work with East now and make sure we put in place all the safeguards. And I think we've done a good job by the fact that we brought in GSC to audit the project, make sure we are clear on the terms and conditions left for the project. So balance on that project should be anywhere around 30 to 35 million. That is the subsidiary agreement that we're signing up on now. And in this budget, the government has 13 million to pay. We're hoping that we can complete the project by 2027 this year.
So my understanding is that the RIA project, the funds for that project for its completion have been secured already, right?
We are not taking loan. We're going to pay the balance money on budget. So we're going to secure the money on budget. And we're going to make sure that the project ends. The president is very key about the project getting ended. All of us, we also think the project should get ended. This is the corridor that leads to the international airport. It introduces the country, and we can have it, in that condition. But we have to do the accountability aspect of the transparency around the disbursement. And as Minister of Public Works, I will have not signed up on any disbursement if I didn't audit the project. And it's exactly what I did. And I think the right thing to do.
Is there a timeline set when our RIA project will be completed? Is there a timeline set?
The agreement that was done earlier pushed it to 2027. So with this subsidiary agreement and the level of scope that's left for the project, we might make some adjustment. But we're looking at end of 2027, end of this year, for the project to get ended.
Okay, my second question is, just because of what you just said, can you walk us through how
Not too many, 3 or 4 in one.
I'm sorry. Let me put the last one there. Walk us through, right? How the Ministry of Public Works award contracts to people, right? Because explain to us about this. I met the PBC boss out of Federal in the States, and I was telling him, say, the operating and no objection. Can you explain to us that issue with no objection, and also how you guys award contracts to the contractors? How's the process? Thank you.
Okay, so quickly, one of the things that we do first, we must do what you call the engineering estimate, and that means we must have the engineers go into the corridor and assess the corridor, and get an estimate, develop the scope of work. When that happens, we have to make sure there's funding on budget for the project. And of course, when the budget is done, we put that budget on project the project on budget to make sure it's there. Because once we send the request, our procurement plan to the PPCC for approval, the PPCC will want to see that what we want to do is been captured on the budget. So the procurement plan is sent to the PPCC, and we propose to the PPCC the method we want to use. We may use national competitive bidding process. We may also use what we call restricted bidding process. That means we select companies with the capacity, pre-qualified company with the capacity, and tell PPCC this is the method we want to use. Or we use single source. It's very possible that there will be one company with the capacity at the time, especially if there's an emergency that we need to get certain things done. We might suggest that we want to contract with this company. So it is by law. It's in the PPCC law. So once we send the plan to PPCC, they will review the plan and approve the plan. When the plan is approved, the method that they approve for us to use, we use that method to request proposal from companies with the competence. And the evaluation is done. Once we evaluate the company and say, this is the company who has the capacity and the funding. And one of the things that happens, if all the companies have the technical capacity, the next thing we look at is the price. And it must be plus or minus 15%, okay, in terms of the engineering estimate, plus or minus. Now, if there's a company that is lower than you, and all of you have the technical specification, by the procurement law, we are required to take the company that's lower than you. So once we do that selection, we send the entire package back to PPCC. PPCC review the entire process to make sure we follow all of the steps required by the procurement law. When PPCC reviews that, then she issues what you call the no objection. So PPCC is not objecting to what you propose or what you submitted. They're saying, go ahead, we accept and we qualify what you've done. So they give you a no objection. And with that no objection, you proceed to contracting. You develop the contract, you put in the scope, that is sent to PPCC for review, and then the relevant individuals sign it. Public Works sign, Finance Ministry sign, Justice attest, because Justice, of course, is the legal arm. And then the contract is consummated, and then the contract gets started. That is how the process is done. And that is how I know it's done. And that is how we do it, because that's what the law says.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome Sarah Dopoh. Sarah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. I want to say thank you to our honorable minister for coming on, and also to our followers. This is a great show. I've been following. I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Go right into your question.
Oh, thank you. Honorable Minister, I want to say first thank you for all of the good things you've explained, and also all of the things that you've done, and making the road pliable to some of the counties. I want to say thank you. Indeed, government is continuity. I know some of the things that you guys are building on started from the previous government, so I want to say thank you for all that you have done and continue to do. My first question is with regards to the yellow machine that your government promised the Liberian people 285. There was sometime in the middle of this year or so, we saw a couple of machines from the port, and amongst those machines were orange trucks. So I just want to find out from you, was the orange truck part of the deal that was that you guys talk about? Is it part of the 285 yellow machines that you promised the Liberian people, or it is something different? Number one. Number two, I want to know from you, the fact that you guys are doing all of these great things with regards to the roads and stuff like that. Do you think for some reason, somehow, fixing of the roads or using state resources will transcend to something like votes as ascribed by your vice president? Thank you.
So on the equipment, we call it yellow machine. Very easy for people to understand that. But there is several other pieces of equipment as a part of that. We also have trucks. So we have service trucks. Some of the orange trucks you saw, they are service trucks. They are trucks that can be driven to the site and service the yellow machines while they're working. There's a complete service truck built in there. There's also water tankers, but they're orange. Okay, there are also fuel tankers, but they're orange. And maybe, not maybe, but the low beds, the heads are orange. Okay, you see the trailer. So yes, you see some orange on it because they are trucks. They may not be yellow, but we call the whole thing yellow machine, which would be the excavators, the bulldozers, the backhoe, the compactor, and some of the other pieces of equipment that you see that will go up because they are painted yellow. So we just say yellow machine overall. But you see some of the trucks will be white, some may be orange. You will see that, and that's it. That's what it is. So yes, you see some different colors among them. The question about the work we've done, what are going to translate to vote? For me personally, when there's politics, when politics come in 2029, we do that. I believe it's about getting the job done right now. My focus is making life easy for the Liberian people. I don't think about the votes. When it's time to vote, people will just vote. Election has its own fever. It has a way it takes over people, and when that time comes, everybody go crazy. Let me just say it that way. But what we are doing now is to focus on trying to make life easy for the Liberian people, and that's my passion, and I believe that's what we should continue to do.
So how many total pieces do we have right now? Because you guys told the Liberian people 285. But the pieces that we saw the other day from the port did not even reach quite 20, if I stand to be corrected. So at this point, what is your total count of machine out of the 285 machines that is on the ground right now in Liberia?
Okay, so we have 117 pieces already in country, with 20 pickups. The pickups made it 305 pieces of equipment, vehicles, everything. By next week, we have 168 pieces coming, and then by May, the balance will be here. So the 285 pieces plus 20 pickups will be in country by end of May.
Okay, thank
you. Fanta.
Yeah, I was wondering there for a moment if you were censoring me.
Yes, I've censored you. Now you are uncensored. Go ahead.
I would have had to contact my cyber folks to be like, let's just drop.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I have a couple of questions, and Mr. Giddens, once again, I don't know you from The Sky is Blue, but as public officials usually do, they're very good at talking, and it seemed like it's something that you're very good at doing. I'm not quite getting the answers like to to the questions that are being asked, at least definitively. The question was asked earlier about the miles of roads in Liberia. How many miles of roads in the entire Liberia? And what percentage of that, or how many miles of that have been paved? Do you want to just touch that really quickly, or you want me to finish my question?
No, I can talk about that quickly. So
Yeah,
we don't do. So currently we put our roads into kilometers. Okay. Like I said, we're doing the total kilometers is 13,090 kilometers. But currently we are doing a road inventory survey, and the preliminary report has suggested that we're going up to 14,000 kilometers. Out of that, we have about 1,400, and I won't be exact, that is paved out of the current 14,000 kilometers. So when the report is final, the road inventory survey, then we get the actual number. But the number we have now is 13,090 kilometers, and we have currently about 1,400 plus kilometer paved.
Yeah, I want to get to this quickly.
Fanta, 1 minute. Honorable, I wrote down here. You said this administration has completed 121 kilometers from the beginning.
Yes, paved. Yes,
Is that
yes.
different? Is that different from what she's talking about?
No, over the last 2 years, when we took over, the total kilometer was about 1,232 kilometers. Since we took over, we've done 121 kilometers paved since 2024. So it's about 1,000, close to 1,400 kilometers.
Yeah, so sorry, because we're many, and I want to just get to my point so that we can get around. I would love to see that report, because what I have is that to date, they compared to the kilometer of entire roads, if you say 13,000, only 550 kilometer has been paved. And in the last 2 decades, the Ministry of Public Works, since you've been around since Ellen's time under Judy Moore, the Ministry of Public Works alone has received $1.5 billion. $1.5 billion. Your last report that I saw was that Liberia needs about $7 billion to pave all of its roads. That $1.5 billion will only 550 kilometers completed against your 13,000 or 11,000 number. That stands at 4.6%. However, the 1.5 billion against the 7 billion that you claim is needed for the entire pavement, asphalt, for all of the accessible roads in Liberia, that's 21%. So 21% of the dollar amount have been consumed, with only 4.6% of roads actually paved. And you're telling us that you're doing surveys, and we have heard this so many times, where governmental officials are in perpetual audits, perpetual surveys that the public can never see the output of. So where can we see that live report, or where can you publish? Where will you publish that report so the public are able to access it? Can you just answer that really quickly? Then I'll ask you my last question.
So let me say the Fanta. If you maybe you need to research further, and you want to be careful when you speak with these numbers, because sometimes it doesn't make you look good.
But if you share what you have in contradiction, then I will love to see that.
1 minute. There are records, there are documents. Even you go and research now on the out of the World Bank site or whatever, we can give you document our studies in our books, in our strategic plan, or our annual reports. The current pavement that is done over the last 20 years is about 1,400 kilometers. That's not 500 kilometers. That's not true. I don't know where you got. No, we give it to you. I don't know where you got that information.
Just before I got on the show.
Fanta way small. Where you got that information from?
We have to understand something. That sugar talk is not going to work. I need to see data.
Way small. Okay, Ente way small. You are talking to that. You are talking to that. Yeah, Ente way. You are talking to the authority. The point I'm making to you.
I am the authority. I pay your salary. Remember that. Don't forget that. My tax dollar pay your salary.
But when I say the authority now, when I say the authority now, I'm sitting.
No, because your data is confused. The people are the authority.
Father Westmore now. Father Westmore. When I say the authority, I'm sitting as the Minister of Public Works. I will have the information that you don't have. Okay. The point I'm making is, if you say we've done 500 kilometers, that's not true. It's wrong information. I will share information. Okay? I will share information with you. We've done 1,000 plus kilometers. Let me also say that. Okay, that is that. And You asked another question. Something else you say, I think I slip out that. Something else you asked for besides the
I have
kilometer.
seen, I have seen that you have said, I know you mentioned 5 billion here. And I take you were accounting for the 1,000 that you said that you have done, which I would love to see, because right before I got on the show was when I did this research. So if you're referring to, if I do simple research, what's already out there, right before I got on was when I did this research and double checked it. So I would love to see to your contrary, $7 billion you said was needed to pave the entire roads in Liberia. I that number that I had was about 12,000. Now you're saying 13,000, upwards 14,000. And the Ministry of Public Works so far have received $1.5 billion. That's 21% of that $7 billion. But you have only completed 4.6% of the roads. So where is the money going?
We've done about 9 to 10% of the roads. That's the record. Paved. I will give you the data. You have the data. You have the data. Don't worry. Even if you go now on the different side, the IMF, the World Bank side, where I give you the data, you see the pavement that we've done is there. It's written there. It's about 10% of the road network. But let me also say that, and like I said, the road infantry survey is always done after every 5-6 years. We did it in 2019. We're doing it now, and that takes us up to 14,000 plus kilometers of road network. Okay? I will provide that information for you, Fanta. But the information you provided is not it's not right.
I will very much appreciate, and please note next time when you come in, please bring all your data, because like we work with data here, please. So I will appreciate that. My last question for you, my last question for you, quickly, sir. I admire that you said you give preference to Liberian company. When I heard that, it was like music in my ears, because I'm an advocate of the Liberianization policy. And PPCC has these laws embedded that they constantly ignored. You talked about MDNC. And even with your current information you just shared, you were auditing East International. You never consulted for them. You were very harsh on them. But there is also another company called Imperial Consultancy, which you and Jerome were a part of, allegedly, but that's okay. However, even in your audit, your recent audit, there were 3 Liberian companies: Nagbe, Westwood, African Construction, 4 Liberian companies. You guys negated them, even to finish what East National were clearly the citizens have been saying, because we travel that road. When you're coming from the airport, it's like you're living in Bapulu or beyond Bele Yala. The dust alone will kill you before you reach to your destination. Clearly, East International has not been doing a very good job. Even in your reassessment of who to complete that road, you could not consider Monday. You could not consider Westwood. You could not consider the very MDNC. You could not consider African Construction, capable Liberian construction entities. You still went ahead and negotiated with East International, even due to their incompetence. Now, you put the cherry on top. $364 million concession project. You just awarded to Cavifort AL Associates, a Sierra Leone company. Liberian companies bidded for this bid. Okay? And I will read what it says here. The Senate ratified a $364 million concession with Cavifort AL Associates, a Sierra Leonean company, to build a 255 kilometers of road. Liberians will have to pay toll on these roads until 2050. The government of Liberia must put up 145 million. I also hear you talk about how the government is taking out loans from EcoBank and from UBA and from here and here to fund these projects, perpetually putting Liberians in debt. Our debt number is increasing. In this contract, this $364 million contract, it says here that the government has to come up with $145 million. Where is that money going to come from? I really want to know. Before the vote, Senator Kamara Konen, and he's not my favorite, but I agree with him on this part. He said, your government owns, who was the UP former finance minister? He put his objection in writing. He called the deal premature. He said it lacked the legal, institutional, and fiscal foundations for success, and warned it could expose Liberia to significant risk. His memo was dated August 2025. The Senate ratified this concession in December of 2025. Minister, which specific objections from Senator Conan were resolved before the ratification. If you claim so much to empower Liberian companies, and he objected to this deal, which specific tenants were resolved before the ratification? I want to know who initiated the relationship with Pavifort. Always external and never look down.
Okay, let me answer the question.
No, my question is
we're not respecting the time. We set a timeline.
No, Pewee, please. Pewee, please speak up for yourself. Speak up for yourself. Everyone here had an opportunity to talk.
Go ahead,
speak for yourself, Pewee. Not today. Not today. Put yourself back in the box.
Let's go ahead and answer. You can answer the question.
Put yourself back in the box. Thank you. If their toll revenue projections fall short, which your own traffic model shows that is possible, who's going to absorb that loss? The company, the Liberian taxpayer. Now I'm done.
So I know you're all over the place. So let me bring you back to order. Because you left from RIA. I know you left from RIA project. You're on the other side. So let me start with the RIA project first. Now, the RIA project, there was no way you can cancel a project that you've already disbursed almost 100 million to a company and say you're going to contract another company to do so. You can't do that. The issue was not about canceling the contract. The issue was about auditing the project to make sure the disbursement that was made to them was actually expended as required. And what they claim in terms of upfront charges that were taken by the loan disbursing banks was actually what it was. And like I said to you, the way the project was designed, that the disbursement was made directly to the contractor without milestone was terrible. We reordering that. This time around, it's based on milestone. So we're fixing the project. You keep talking about some inferior company. I will say again, Roland Lafayette Giddens does not get involved in conflict of interest. I'm not one of the persons who want to get involved in companies that are associated with the work that I do. There's nowhere I have relationship with any inferior company, not even Judy Moore you spoke about. You know, we who in public offices, we expect people to talk about us all kinds of ways, whether they have evidence or not, whether it's gossip, they would do that. And I don't have issue with that. But I'm just clarifying. On the Pavifort project, the Pavifort project is very clear. It was an unsolicited bid. These people reached out to the government of Liberia with a proposal that they can bring funding to the table to fund the project. The government has been looking for private sector investment. Over the last 20 years, all the investment in the road sector has been multilateral. The multilateral takes time. The multilateral has a lot of preconditions. The multilateral disbursement process is slow. We don't mind working with them, but we feel there's urgency in developing our road network. They brought a proposal. That proposal was studied. It was reviewed by Public Works. We gave them what you call a non-binding MOU. They pay for a feasibility study all by themselves for those two corridors. They did the study, pay for 100%. They brought the studies. We reviewed it. Our technical team visited the different project sites in Sierra Leone, in Guinea, and the Gambia. That's where they have projects. It was certified that they have the capacity to work. And I want you to wait, because we should be doing groundbreaking very soon. And they will start to build a road to see whether they can do or not, because they built several roads. So that was done. It was sent to the president. The president set up what you call the IMCC, which is by law, the Interministerial Committee. Those people, the company was brought forth with Public Works reviewing their submission, both the technical and financial proposal. They were brought to the IMCC. The Ministry of Finance and LRA look at the financial proposal and did due diligence on their capacity to finance the project. We had to have our share. So the model was developed where it was a 40-60 in terms of the funding to the project. The government agreed to the 145 million that they will bring that. And that is why I'm one of those who push for us to make sure the road fund function properly so that it's able to be used. And the road fund we are using to fund that project. The technical proposal was reviewed by Public Works. Our technical team visited the different project sites of Pavifort and certified that Pavifort has the capacity. They came to the IMCC. They presented their proposal. The IMCC reviewed it and felt this proposal is something we should agree to. All of the scrutinies and corrections were done on the financing. It was finalized. The president signed off on the proposal. We believe in it. We sent it to the legislature. The legislature had Pavifort to come. Of course, there will be dissent. Senator Connor dissented, of course. You don't expect everybody to agree. Don't forget, most of the lawmakers, they're politicians, they are for different political persuasion. Of course, when the government is performing, some will not want to see it because if the government perform, it undermines some of their bids. So yes, there may be some dissent. Some may be legitimate. It's good to make those dissent. And of course, it was debated in the legislature. Majority of the legislature, both houses fell. This concession meant to be ratified was good enough, presented by the executive. We were there, we presented it, we stand by it. It's passed into law, it's a law, and we're going to execute it. The project will be
Do you think
executed.
Nigerian companies
It's funded.
can execute that
Yes,
project?
there's a 25%. There's a 25% for Liberian companies. The road Medina to Robertsport, 30% of that corridor is a part of that project. 25% will be given to Liberian company. It's a law, and we're going to emphasize that. It's going to happen. We're going to have Liberian company given 25% of the works in both of the corridor. That project will be executed. I can assure you. And very soon you see it. Come to Liberia, you see what happened.
Could you please
drive
share
that
that
corridor.
document if possible?
Father, I can share with you. I can share plenty document with you. That public
Thank you.
document,
I
don't
love to
mind.
read. Please share it. I love to read.
Yeah,
Thank you.
please, I will. I
Thank you
will.
very much. Honorable 30 more minutes. Can you spare just 30 more minutes? I know we kept you over time.
Yes, it'll be 12 o'clock. I can do that. For the sake of the platform, I can do that.
Okay, great. 30 more minutes, guys. So let be succinct. Pewee, I'm coming to you. Let me go to Honorable Nagbe here. That's spoken for a while. Nagbe, let's go.
No,
Yeah, thank you. I'm just
Chief. You got to talk.
I'm just warming up. You are already falling asleep. But Mr. Thank you very much again for coming. I'd like to take you back.
How can you fall asleep warming up?
No, the CMC were getting the puppet tire.
Go ahead.
You see what I gotta deal with here? But let me take you back to the Bombing Highway Road. I know you mentioned that briefly. When you look at this road, and again, I asked you earlier, how much are you a part of these decisions? Because I think you should be in the middle of it or as the sector head. So I'd like to talk to us about the cost of this project. First of all, I'm hearing you saying for the first time that some Liberians will be a part of this project, but all we heard was this Pavi 4 person who we understand doesn't even have the capacity based on his performance in other parts in West Africa. He is coming and he has already been awarded $364 million. That is the worth of the project. Now, when you do the math for 255 kilometers, it comes to around about $1.5 million per kilometer. You say you're looking for $7 billion to do the roads. There are about 13,000. If you take out the 460 by the we are government and the 120 that you pay, you still have around maybe 12,300, 12,400. When you do the calculation, it will cost us almost $18 billion to pave the road at the present cost that you're paying these people to do 255 kilometers of road going to bombing. I want you to explain to us how you arrive at the decision to award this person this contract, which we've never heard any Liberian being a part of. We're just hearing that now. We understand you give it to him for 5 years, build, operate, and transfer. He's supposed to collect toll on top of the road to pay him over almost $200 million. How is that even possible? So I'd like you to help us unpack this and let it make sense to us. Is the price you're paying? Go ahead.
So the project is built with a model that looks at the toll system. And all of the toll that will be collected, a percentage goes to PANELISTS, a percentage remains for maintenance because they should maintain the corridor within the concession period over the 25 years. And then a percentage goes to the road fund. But one of the things you must understand, from St. Paul Bridge to Clay is 38 kilometers. But it's a dual lane that we're doing. So if you multiply that by 2, it's 76 kilometers. Because it's going to be 2 lane going, 2 lane coming. Currently it's a single lane. Okay? And it's going to be a 4 lane, dual lane with a medium. So that doubles the cost of the project. The corridor is 38 kilometers from St. Paul Bridge to Clay. But because it's going to be a dual lane, that means 4 lane, 2 going, 2 coming. You double that, it's 76 kilometers. So think about it. The cost will not be what you're thinking about. Also, from Clay to Bowater side, not going to be single lane, not going to be two lane. Let me say it that way. It's going to be dual lane. You're going to have two cars going, two cars coming. So that is for Seaport Bridge straight to Bowater side. That's what you're going to have. Of course, the cost will be different as compared to just two single lane. Like if you're driving from Real Light to Guinea Border, a single lane. Real Light to Guinea Border, a single lane.
Well,
But
why
that
that
project for
distinction, though?
Seaport Bridge, for
Why that
Seaport Bridge,
distinction?
you want to let me learn?
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to
I'm
know
saying
why
to
the
you, say that again.
Why is it necessary to build a 4-lane road going to Kehleboe and not a 4-lane road going to Maryland to Harper?
Okay, so now you see that was done earlier. The road going to the south is a different project funded by that particular corridor, 100% funded by the World Bank and the African Development Bank. I'm talking about something that we did private sector. We believe that corridor is going to the international border and it's within the city limit. Okay, for Simple Bridge, it's still within the city limit. And because the corridor that comes from Gabriel Tucker Bridge it's 4 lane up to Freeport, it's 4 lane up to Simple Bridge, it's 4 lane. We thought we need to continue because that entire place is also a residential area, and we do 2 lane. Very soon there will be serious traffic in that area. Right now, even as we're doing the construction, it's difficult for people to come for the Broadway corridor because it's just too very slim, small lane, not even good 7.5 meter in terms of the width. So we decided to make it 4 lane all the way to the border because it's an international corridor. Besides that, that corridor is a part of the Trans-West African Highway that comes from Ivory Coast through Central Liberia to Monrovia up to Sierra Leone. So we thought to design the corridor like that. And that's what makes it expensive because it's not just two single lane, that's dual lane. And that takes it up to almost 176 kilometers from Seaport Bridge all the way to Bowater side. If you double that, you're talking about almost 300 kilometers. So that's the cost of the project. Okay, and Pelifor is putting on 60%. We are putting on 40%. They will use the tool system to recover some of the investment. We will also get a share of that. There's a number to that. I can share that with you if you say you want to see it. Okay, there's a percentage we get, and a percentage is used for maintenance. So they're going to maintain the corridor over the life of the concession. We're 25 years. They will also do a second layer. So after the first 10 years, there will be a second layer. They overlay the entire corridor before it's turned
Why
over.
are they
So
doing
the project is a good project. Let me say it that way. What we should be thinking about is execution, and that's what I'm key on. And the contractors are aware. The government should show we will show that we live up to our financial obligation on the project, but the contractor should live up to theirs, and that is the commitment that we have. In fact, the funding source has been established already through with the Ministry of Finance already. So there was some due diligence done on the funding to put into the project. We're going to do
Thank
groundbreaking
you.
very
Thank
soon.
you.
Real quick, real
Thank you.
quick.
When you do supply the
1 minute,
paper,
1 minute, 1
please
minute.
include the Liberian company as well that will be taking.
Yes,
Thank
25%
you.
is going to a library
So,
company.
Mr. Gayman,
Yes.
can I ask a question?
1 minute, I'm coming. Your name and where you calling from?
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. This is Seleke Kromah. I'm joining you from Kigali, Rwanda. Greeting Mr. Kenneth. Welcome to the closing argument. So I guess most of the questions have been asked, but I have this specific question that I want to ask you, Mr. Kenneth. A few months ago, you appeared on OKFM, and Julius asked you a question regarding the presidential villa in local country. You decided not to answer the question because of some security implication. That was your response. At the time, the late Minister of State was still alive, Mr. Pewee. And as soon as this man passed off, the entire government put a whole presidential villa story on a dead man who cannot defend himself after his death. Are you aware? Can you please confirm also on the show tonight that you are part of a conspiracy to lie on a dead man who cannot speak for himself? Can you please confirm that on the show today? Thank you.
Well, I don't know what you mean put the project on a dead man. The project is a project on the Ministry of State. Okay? That's it. I don't know which dead man you're talking about. Nobody put project on the dead man. I know the project is under the Ministry of State. Okay, that's what it is. That's what I know. And that's why I said any information about financing and all of that, it is with the Ministry of State. So I don't know what the hell you're speaking about.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. We have with us here our Minister from Public Works. Pewee, real quick, then I'll go to Johnny.
Yeah, thank you. I will take, for now, probably, maybe I will just conclude with just a short question here, but I just want to take some time. Mr. Minister, I think this is incumbent on you, the head of the ministry, the sector ministry, to be robust about providing this information out to the public, basically, relative to this. Madam Salif, just for the purpose, I heard one of our comrades saying it's around 500 kilometers of road, total pavement in the country. And as also a student of communication, that also it's our responsibility to provide the rightful information to the public. It's important that we highlight these things. And with the new progressive at the time when I went across the country, we highlighted most of the road paved across Liberia. Madam Eddie Johnson Salif, 12 years. Total road paved at the time, 12 years for Madam Eddie Johnson, 780 kilometers. 700. And again, Mr. Minister, the reason
even try to tag team, it's not going to work. Like, that's not going to work.
Total road paved on Madam Johnson Salif, 12 years, 780 kilometers.
Show me the data, please.
This is Mr. Gayman, I will need to take and kind of
no, you're trying to rebuttal me, and you're saying like
you're going to
fake news. You're going fake news because you're intellectually inferior.
We have a guest.
Let him finish. Sylvester, go ahead. Sylvester, go ahead with your question. Go ahead with your information.
First, we rely on someone else to provide you from a 780 kilometers of road during her 12 years administration.
That's Ellen.
Ellen Johnson Salif, 12 years. Okay. And it's simple to do that. Roman takes here.
Go ahead.
From red light, please turn into where Ganta. Buchanan from Liberia Junction to Buchanan. That's just some. It's 780, right? Let's come back under the government that I served. President George Manning Weah. Mr. Weah did around the 6 years period, around, I think, 745 kilometers of road. I don't know the total. I will ask them the minister. I know maybe that calculation will be having some issues here in terms of the total amount. But ever since the new administration started, I want to know the total amount. But what I'm trying to say to our wonderful audience following us is that we have far more than 500 kilometers of road paved in the Republic of Liberia. It's the first information I thought to provide. And I will hope, Mr. Minister, you transfer money for your Public Affairs Bureau to really publish this because, listen, mis and disinformation, people will sometimes push it and other people will take it and run with it. It's important. Our country got more than 1,000 paved kilometers of road. It's an obvious issue that we all. You don't have to come from anywhere.
It's everywhere. To be frank, it's everywhere. If you're in the information space, it's everywhere. I'm just shocked that I'm hearing 500 kilometers. That's extreme to me. It's everywhere.
So the sense of the pavement. I know for a fact that we have more than 1,000 kilometers of road paved in the Republic.
200. Yes. We just did 121.
And I know most of those roads, for example, from ERWA Junction, before now they cross the other one, the junior RI8, the Buchanan Road is done. Things that at the time when President Salif took over, from Broad Street, the entire Torgbean Boulevard, we had to reconstruct that road. And all the major roads in Sinco and major community roads around the Banansville area, the Ganansville area, this Kingsville area, all those things combined, I know it's far more than that. So what I want to say to you, Mr. Minister, is that we will basically have to go back over this and try to explain it. You can just do your website and activate this on the website for the purpose of strategic communication. It's very vital that the folks get this kind of information. It's important. Meaning, you need to allow those that want to malicious or misinterpret the information will need to be able to do that, right? Because there's data on your website and saying the Republic of Liberia got this amount of road paved.
If you go on the ministry website, you'll find the information there. If you go in on our Facebook page, you'll find it there because the strategic plan is there. It's laid out in there. If I start to name the kilometers now and add the numbers, it tell you that. But I won't waste my time on that because the
No,
information is there.
Mr. Moderator,
quickly,
I hope,
one minute.
Mr. Moderator, no,
Listen.
you're giving 1 second, 2 seconds here. You're giving Sylvester almost 5 minutes. I hope you.
I didn't take 5 minutes. I didn't take 5 minutes.
I didn't know if there's a question in here or where he's going with this.
For that purpose, I was stopped.
This man is a minister. He can speak for himself.
I didn't take Mr. Nagbe. I didn't take 5 minutes. That's very erroneous.
You are supposed to ask your question. You're not his lawyer. You are not his lawyer. You're not his lawyer. He can speak for himself. He is a public servant. He can speak for himself.
Listen. I'm on the World Bank website, and it says here, as of 2026, Liberia has approximately 1,211 kilometers.
What is the fact, Mr. Nagbe? There you go.
Listen. Roughly 752 miles of paved road out of a total of 13,000 kilometers. While road development is high priority, less than 10% of the total road in Liberia have been paved. So the number is there. It says 1,211 kilometers.
Exactly. But that's a fact that we know.
But where is the accomplishment? Less than 10%. Less than 10%. Where is the accomplishment? You are not a PR minister. If you want job, just ask the minister to hire you, Pewee.
No, I want you to hire me.
Listen, guys. Listen.
Hire me.
Let me go to Mr. Sita.
Hire me. I want job, but you hire me. Hire me.
Johnny.
Hire me.
Come on.
Well, I provided that information. Now, let me come in 1 minute before you go to Johnny. I provided that information earlier. But Fanta didn't want to take the information. I said it, 1,200 plus kilometers. It was provided.
Show me the information. Now he wants job in your ministry. Please hire him. Okay.
No, you hire me. I said to you, go to the World Bank site. You'll find it now. I even said I don't want the minister to hire me. You hire me. You don't hire me.
Hello?
I want a job.
So, Minister.
Johnny, hold on 1 minute. We got somebody in line when they're done, so we can go. Go ahead, your name and where you calling from?
Thank you. My name is Pastor Jerome Gayman. Mr. Minister, thank you so much. Thank you for showing up tonight. I have one question for you, and has to do with the issue of rule in our country. You know, many years ago, Chico, I guess you're familiar with Chico, that did the Conakry Road and did the roads in Liberia where President Seleke was around. And the government bragged and boasts about roads. But let's look at durability and longevity of the roads that you are talking about. What can you say to Liberians that the roads you guys are building or the roads projects that are in the making, that in terms of durability, the roads will last for the next 4 years? Because we saw the road from the Torgbean Boulevard to the Garguah end. That road never took almost a year, and we have potholes there. In fact, in the entire country, most of the roads that Madam Seleke did, prior to the end of her first tenure, the roads started developing potholes. So let's talk about durability and longevity of the road projects that you people are undertaking. Can these roads last up to 3 years?
Yes, of course. Of course, the road lasts up to even 10, 15 years. And I can give you an example of the roads. All the roads that are built, especially the one funded by our partners, we have international independent consultant firms that provide supervision over the project, working with the Ministry of Public Works. The ones that we do, we also hire independent consultants. So let me talk a little bit about that. The road from Greenland to getting Butter still is. That road was completed in 2015. 2015 was completed. 2015, 2016. We're in 2026. It's 10 years. The road stayed there. It still exists, though there's maintenance that we should do on the corridor, but it still exists. You drive to Buchanan, there's no pothole on that road. That road was done by 2011, 2012. The Buchanan road was completed. So if you check now, it's about 14 to 13 years. And you drive on the Buchanan road, it still exists. So the roads are durable. But one of the things that will happen if you do not put in place maintenance, which is a part of the process, keeping the drainage system okay, making sure that there's no vegetation along the corridor. Because the thing about asphalt, it does not allow or does not like water sitting on it, because when water sit on it and there's pressure on it, the asphalt has this very small seat that can allow water to penetrate if there's pressure on it. So you make sure the drainage system works well. All the roads, the SKD Boulevard now, we're doing some minor repairs on some potholes, but it's been there over the last 10 years. All the community road, the Nizo Pakopin Road that was done, GSA Road been done over the last 10 years. It stays there, stay as is. Of course, there will be some maintenance that you have to do. There's no road you don't maintain. So all of you live in America, you should see all the patches they do. I drive around, even the Washington, D.C., you see potholes and people patching there every now and then. Certain parts of Philadelphia is almost there, bump, like on a rough road. We all know that. So yes, there will be maintenance that you have to do on the roads. The roads are durable. What we need to do, and that's what we're doing, we have maintenance
those potholes are
program
not comparable.
in
Don't
place.
do that, please. Don't
Say
do that,
that.
sir. The potholes
Say
you're
that.
talking, I'm saying with all due respect, the potholes that we saw here because of the snow, they are not comparable to what I see when I'm going to Maryland or even when I'm going to Logantown and Douala. I mean, that is not what you call a pothole.
When
That's not
when
what
last
I'm talking about.
no when
The
last were
road,
you in Liberia? When
I
last
was
were
there
you in Liberia?
I was there in January.
Yes, but we are constructing the road you're talking about. $1 is being reconstructed, and
I
there was
know,
no road
and
was
that
never done.
no, Madam Sally said the
That
same
road
thing.
was
That
never
road is being
done.
constructed all the
That
time.
road was like that since the war. Since the war,
Exactly.
it was never built. We just
And that's the point
rebuilding
we're
them.
making, that
But
the
that's
roads you build are not durable.
no. But listen now, don't listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. That road was constructed since the war. Since the war is almost 40 years. We just rebuilding it. It's a new road that has been built now. It was never constructed before. So in the
All right.
one we build it now, if after we build this one and it doesn't last, then you can make the statement you're making. That road was never constructed. It's been there since the war. It's
All right.
now that reconstruction taking place. Even from
I'm happy
Simple
to hear
Bridge to
that.
Bow Waterside, it's since the war. The Bamajida Road is almost 40 years old.
Okay.
It still survived. Though we're doing some maintenance, but there's new construction that's taking place. I'm just saying to you, if you do not put in place proper drainage system on any road, wherever it is, there will be problem. Maintenance is a key part. But even with less maintenance, our roads are still viable and still pliable.
Thank you. Johnny.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Minister. Please give me maybe 2 or 3 minutes. I'll have few indications. Mr. Minister, number one, how involved are the community members along the road with maintenance of these roads? Number two is, can you assure us about the road that the government is building now? What is the lifespan? How long would it be good for us? And at what point will future government be ready to do maintenance of the road? The third question is, you spoke about this contract between St. Paul to Bow Waterside and then the road from Madekoma to Vanjima. And I heard you saying they will do the first course, and then after 15 years or more, they will do the second course. But meanwhile, they will have two on the road. Can you clarify those conditions about having the road constructed with first course and after a few years, and then they'll be completing the course? I would have thought that the entire road will be built in total before the toll is constructed. Can you provide clarity to the people as Prime Minister? I ask you 3 questions. One, participation of those along the road. How involved are they with maintaining the road and the roads you have built around the country? Two is the durability. How long do we expect the road to last for before future government can start doing reconstruction or maintenance? And then the third one is the construction of the road from St. Paul to Clay, from Clay to Bombing to Tomalin, from Clay to Bow Waterside, and then from Medekoma to Vanjima. Why are we building the road in bits and pieces in terms of one course will be done now, and then after a few years, they'll do the second course. But meanwhile, the two will be on the road while they are collecting the money. Can you clarify that to the public?
Yeah, I think it's good you asked me to clarify. I will start with that one because that's not what I said. What I said was that the full asphalt road will be built with the two layers. The binding course, the rearing course will be done. But after 10 years, there will be another layer because that's what the maintenance process calls for. Even the road now from Real Light to Kehleboe, it is at the point now where it needs the second layer. And we in the, I mean, the tail layer, I would say, we're in the process of doing that now. Because after a while, the dispersion in terms of the axial load over time, it will settle, and there will be the application of another layer on it. But it doesn't mean it's 2 layers. It's going to be a full asphalt road, the binder coast, the wearing coast. But then after 10 years, you come back and overlay it because there will be depression as a result of the axial load on the road. So I didn't say it will be done partially. No. The idea of a 10 layer, the idea of a 10 layer is a part of the maintenance program.
Yeah, so the B of that is, did you consider the traffic count on those roads while doing the construction and the traffic count?
Of course, there's a whole traffic study. The traffic study is informing even the toll system that we put on the road as to how they will be recovered. We also consider the axle load. It is designed to even consider the axle load on that corridor. One of the things we know, there are a lot of concessions within that corridor on that side. There are a lot of concessions from the Western Belt. So it's very possible that there could be heavy equipment moving from the port back into those concession areas. So we also consider the design of the road for considering the axle load. And that is why it is designed that way. That after 10 years, there will be a 10 layer added to the road to make it solid enough. So I didn't say it would be done in bigger pieces. No, it's a part of the maintenance program. You ask about the durability. Most of the roads that are done, especially the major corridor funded by the World Bank, the lifespan is up to 15, 20 years. Okay, then you have to maintain. Of course, you have to do manual maintenance. Maintenance would be to make sure the drainage system is clean, to make sure vegetation does not cover the road, which would be a part of why water was set on some of the asphalt, because the asphalt does not like water sitting on it. When water continues to sit on it and there's pressure, there's that little seep that the asphalt has that allow water in it, and you start to see potholes. So with manual maintenance in terms of cleaning the drainage system, making sure the vegetation are not covering the road, the road can last up to 10, 15 years before we start to do any major asphalt repair. But when the project is done, there is a defect liability period to allow settlement. And if the road settle in certain section, you see that the contractor will have to come back and redo that particular section because there can be some disaggregation in terms of the base course, the subgrade. They can dislocate at certain point in time. The aggregates, when it's compacted, if it is not reached the compaction test properly, there can be some disaggregation under there, and that will cause potholes. And when that happens, there will be depression. So if it happens, they come back and do repairs. But the lifespan of the road most time is up to 15, 20 years. That's why it is. With maintenance, it can last. And then you go back and do overlay. In terms of community involvement, places where the road is built, the communities in those corridors participate. People there that have the capacity to work, they're hired. Women are also involved in most of our road construction. Okay, there's also programs that also, it's initiated, especially with the bank project, social program that impact the corridor in which the roads are done. Sometimes we build markets, sometimes we support women empowerment as a way of making sure the project not just about building road, but also impacting the community in which the roads are built. If there's maintenance, especially on dry road, we use what you call the labor-based intensive approach for people to participate in the process.
Thank you. We got
may I have
listen. Honorable, we got 3 more minutes here. We have one more question.
Yes, let me ask my one question, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Seaton, because I want
thank you, Mr. Minister, and I really appreciate the fact.
One more question, please.
I really appreciate the fact that you stayed this long to answer most of the questions that we have. I hear you talk about all the other areas in Liberia. I remember I was going to Grand Crew County several years back. We traveled through Buchanan. From Buchanan, we went to Riverses. From Riverses, we went to Sino. You remember, I think during Taylor administration, OTC built a corridor from Riverses to Sino. And then when we got to Greenville, we took a canoe that we spent 6 hours on the canoe to go to Southern Grand Crew County. So my question to you, what is the government doing to ensure that there is a major road that passes through Riverses from Buchanan, passes through river to Greenville all the way to Harper? Is there any plan in the making for such a corridor?
Yes, there is. We asked the question, maybe I would have left without saying nothing about that corridor. We designed that corridor as what we call the coastal highway, and that was designed in the 2015, 2016 with support from the European Union. That project never got executed. Since we are back, we just got to finalize the feasibility studies and design of the road from Buchanan up to Greenville. That is done. The African Development Bank has made that a precondition for funding for the project. So we can safely say we have a commitment from the African Development Bank and OPEC to pay from Buchanan, from the port to Sester Junction. That's about 60.9 kilometers. I was in Brussels recently to the investment forum by the European Union, and we presented the case for the investment also from the European Union and the European Investment Bank. They've expressed interest in the corridor from Sester Junction to Greenville. We are looking for a third partner to also join them in that corridor to get us to Greenville. So yes, there's serious competition. That's hopefully by July we'll be going to the board meeting with the African Development Bank for the approval from Buchanan to Sester Junction. So by next year we could start paving that corridor. But up to Greenville, the EU, we're looking to see that come from the EU and the European Investment Bank. They've expressed interest, not consummated yet, but we shared the feasibility studies with them. We shared the preliminary designs, the resettlement action plan, the ESIA, everything is shared with the European Union. Also, they're reviewing that and they could get back to us with something positive. But yeah, what happening from Barclayville to Cronin towards Greenville is about 96 kilometers. We're going to start paving that corridor, and that's funded from the Indian Exim Bank and the ECOWAS Investment Bank, jointly funding that project. We've done the studies, we've done everything. The contractor has been hired. So in the next 2-3 months, you could see mobilization in Barclayville to start paving towards Greenville. So there is. No, it's an Indian contractor because the India is funding it with their money. But of course, there will be 15% of works that will be given to a Liberian contractor, which is a part of the arrangement. But the Indian government is funding it with the Indian Exim Bank loan. So that will take us towards Greenville. So a significant progress being done in that corridor. And you'll be surprised to see one day that you can drive from Buchanan through Greenville up to Barclayville and up to Happen. Thank you. I'm sure my time is exhausted. Yeah, I need to sleep.
Yeah. One more question for Sarah. Please make it quick.
Mr. Minister, thank you so much. I really enjoy your company on this platform tonight. My question here is, can you provide any data or evidence on the economic impact of the roads that have been constructed or are planning to be rebuilt? Because President Garguah says that we need roads, but how do we know if these roads are leading to economic development? Can you provide any data on that?
Oh yeah, off my head, since we started, we've created up to 14,000 jobs with all the road works. Because we have the data, all the people that were hired directly and indirectly. Secondly, most of these corridors are economic viable corridors. Assessment was done, especially through the MCC program that we're getting support. There were studies done, and these corridors were considered as growth corridor, economic potential corridors. For example, the corridor from Ganta into Zweju, from Zweju into the southeast is considered as a growth corridor. It's one of our growth corridors. The corridor from Banga, Salaye, Vonjima up to Minikoma is considered as a growth corridor because of the economic potential, agriculture program, mining, concession. We have artisanal mining all along those corridors. We also have tourism corridors. The corridor from Greenville through the Sapo National Park to Babustan that connects to Greenville is a touristic corridor. It's considered as a potential corridor because of the touristic potential. So yes, there are studies that show that. And that is why selecting these corridors are very key. The corridor from Medina to Rabasport, which we're already paving, is a key economic corridor because of the viability of Rabasport as a touristic city with the Lake Piso and all of the natural scenario there. In fact, the only serving strip along the coast of West Africa, one of the potential is Rabasport. Last year we had a big festival down there for surfing, and there were people coming from out of the country to just do that. So paving that corridor is very important because of the tourism potential, which also impacts economic activities. Yes. So these corridors are selected based on that.
So last day I heard you talking about funding. Is the funding that we are getting, is it grant or loan? Is it grant or loan? Is that something we have to pay back? Which I mean, just
Well, let me say most of the funding now from our multilaterals, they are all loan. The only multilateral that continue to give us grant is the European Union. So even what I'm talking about, the financing for the corridor from Chester Junction to Greenville, if that come together, the European Union component would be grant, and then the European investment component would be concessional loan.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
No speaking to the minister or sir, he can go to Biela. Public servant, you're not going.
I have to speak. Father, I gotta speak. I gotta go get a dinner for you.
We asked the minister to come on for an hour. He's on for 2 hours.
Minister, thank you.
We appreciate
I know.
Mr. Minister, in your parting comment, please address, maybe you want to make a correction. You said the road construction has created 14,000 jobs. Do you want to clarify that, what it means? Because the president said they created 70,000 jobs. Now you are saying additional 14,000. So we're talking
No. My 40,000 inside the 70,000, my brother.
Okay. Thank you.
You're standing by the 70,000.
Don't put a minister in trouble.
I'm saying my 40,000 is a part of the 70,000.
That's correct. Do your party comment, Chief. Thank you very much for coming.
But let me say thank you for being back home. I would say it that way. It was a good interaction, and I will try to come, regularly as I can. I like how Fanta started the show, very attacking, very engaging, which is okay. And sometimes it's good for people to say certain things to you, and you get to know what people are thinking about you, and you can provide some clarity. I'm sure Fanta is leaving from here tonight. We stay, okay. I don't think what I was thinking is what it is. I'm sure I may have said some things that may not be right. I will research that better. Also, about maybe who she think I have been, and some of the information that you have, which I think is not true. But I think the interaction was good. And let me say this: what I try to do, and I take my job very seriously. Let me say, I don't politicize the job that I have. I am a politician, yes, but I'm more of a public sector person. And I believe once you're given the opportunity to serve your people, you take it seriously. That is why I don't do politics now. I just do the job that I have to do. And I think with that kind of focus, this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. I know how to work with people. I know how to get things done by, with, and through people. And I believe that's what a manager does. I am a manager. That's what I study. That's what I'm able to do. Managers get things done. I also have a very good leadership ability. I would say that. I don't let people push me around. I don't push people around, but I respect people. And if the objective is to get things done, let's go and get it done. I think the country deserves more than what we are doing. This country is lacking behind. I'm not proud of Liberia. Let me say it that way. And we should not be proud of the country we have. We should push ourselves. We should push ourselves to the limit. We need to do more than what we are doing as a country. And that's why I believe the job that I have, I must take it seriously. And I do. And if I can have and get help from anywhere, I'm happy to do so. And thank God the president has given me the authority to do what I'm doing. We didn't talk about also, quickly about the, alley opening that we're doing, rezoning of the city. I'm doing a lot of that. We are opening up places where people build and they have no business building. We are now rezoning and doing a lot besides just looking at road. We're doing a lot of, reordering of our city. And I think that makes a lot of sense. So thanks for having me. I'll find time to come back again so I can interact with you as I did. And I think I love doing this. Thank you for having me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
And good night.
Thank you.
Good night. Good night.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Go drink some water.
Yeah, please, I need to.
Yeah, talking about go drink some water.
The minister, maybe he own his own water factory right where he's sitting.
Drink some water.
Guys, thank you very much for tuning in, and for our panelists, it's time for us to do our roundtable discussion for about maybe 30, 35 minutes each. I mean, the total, see, we can be out here no later than 9 o'clock. And then if you guys want to stay on for a late show, then Tomalin or Pewee, y'all can stay and do the
Never waiting, you pop in there.
Not
today, man. I was here first. I like to get it over with.
We just started. Robert Garguah, let us show 11 o'clock in the night.
Mr. Gayman.
Yeah.
Let me. Can I start, please? Start the post analysis.
No,
all right, then I'll go after you, Tomalin.
Let Fanta go. She has to leave. Fanta, go ahead. You were here.
No, I'll go after Tomalin. That's fine.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me say again, I want to thank the minister for coming. Most of the time, people believe that it's only when you go on class with the reloader, then it's pro-government and so forth. But you go on other platform, they feed at you opposition. But this platform we want to maintain is continue to say that, look, we are not pro-government, we're not anti-government, not pro-opposition or anti-opposition. We have opposition people on the platform. Is that right? I lost it. I surprised the disclaimer not being posted. I hope they can post it for tomorrow.
Yeah, we posted it. He did.
Yeah. So once you come here, you retire to your opinion and so forth. I mean, it should always be based on facts. And I pray that a lot of people watch the show tonight, and people, once it's a government official, people come tuning to watch the show to see to get the best from it. And I gave Minister Giddens credit. Not many of the ministers want to come on platform of this nature. They feel that, but I will tell them that we respect them. They come here, we don't disrespect them. We'll come up, we'll be tough with the questions, but just that the questions should be based on facts and so forth, so that it should not be that we're trying to ambush them or come just try to belittle them. No, that's not what we intend to do. We're trying to get the facts and help the Liberian people to understand what's happening in our country. But again, Minister Giddens, last year, one of those ministers who was singled out as one of the performing minister in the government. And honestly, I mean, I'm not saying he has done 100%, but I think he has done considerably well in his capacity. Initially, he came on a lot of pressure from that. Initially, when he announced the money, but then not knowing that money in question was not giving in lump sum or had not been used at the time. But I want to appreciate him for coming and look forward to other ministers to come and appear, to come and let us interact with them. Hopefully, most of them watch the show tonight. They may be comfortable to come, So let's continue to expand the platform and create a decorum. And at least most of the time, when it appears that when everybody have very expertise on this platform, so people have facts and to the fingertips, and they would come up with it. But we should respect each other so that we should continue to have a platform. But Mr. Gayman, thank you. Mr. Gayman, I just want to say that most of the time when on the show, people who come on the show, we shouldn't waste our time with them. It take most of the time. The panelists come up, Mr. Nagbe afternoon all the time.
Listen, man, what's Sarah? You get.
But thank you so much, and thank you. I enjoyed the show. It was good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Fanta, go ahead. You see, Fanta are here first, so I usually let her to go first. But anyway, she acquiesced for you to go. Go ahead, Fanta.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman.
That's my partner in crime.
So are we closing now or what?
Yeah.
Where you been all this time? That's why I just start listening to two things at the same time. Tell him to call you back after the show.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Gayman. I thought it was a really great show. I do want to thank the minister for coming on. I do want, I'm glad that he was very much engaging. And this is note to the rest of the public servants out there that, to buttress Tomalin's point, you are very welcome here. It's not going to be easy because there are a lot of things that are not very straightforward. You do not often disseminate information to where the public is in the know of your progress or what you're working on. Often those decisions are made behind closed doors. And when the public becomes aware of it, it's usually on the end of that decision. So there's a lot of frustration in the field. They did not have the opportunity to weigh into a decision that is going to be essentially hindering to them. That is a hindrance, because if you're taking out loans to fund these projects, that's you're increasing the country's debt. Whatever goes into the debt, the Liberian people, Ma Mere in Basel community or Ma Musu in Banga, is responsible for that debt. I believe when I last calculated the IMF debt and our, so when I calculate both domestic and foreign debt, were about like 2-point-something billion. And that puts essentially every Liberian, or that means every Liberian owes about $500. Whether they weigh into a decision for a new road to be built, whether they weigh into a decision for a new structure to be put up, they do not feel like they have a seat at the table. So when you come, it is not out of anger that we engage you. I was reading the comment section, and I frankly think like some commenters are just really I was gonna use a very colorful word, but I'll be nice. Some commenters are fakawos, and they're killer bees, and their brains are fried. Frankly, I had a much more descriptive word, but I'll stay away from it. It's best that you learn with us. If we're disclosing certain information, you have the internet right in front of you. For those who want to downplay and say, "Oh, you're just Googling," or "You're just," where else do you like? Google is the most used tool or search tool on the World Wide Web. Google will take you to the World Bank. It will take you to the IMF. It will take you to USAID. It will take you to Republic of Liberia site. So to chalk our research to, oh, it's just Google, it's just AI, that's really lazy of you. Be active and productive audience members and actually learn with us. I'll say this lastly, for people who think that I'm always emotional, always animated, I don't know how else to be. This is Fanta Kamara. You get used to it or don't. But I'm not going to dumb myself down for you or anyone. And for those who feel like they want to be lawyers for, if people come on the show, they want to be lawyers for them. Go be lawyers for yourself. Go study your own law degree, be lawyers for yourself. The guests are adults and they can handle being in the hot seat. Until next time, it's been really great to be on TCA to serve Liberia. Good night.
Thank you very much. Sarah, let's go.
Thank you for the show tonight. It was great. Great conversation.
How many TV you get on when you on this show? You got to hear all kind of things back there.
Nothing. I get anything.
Okay.
So I really enjoy the Honorable Minister, his interaction. I think he's very tolerant with all of the questions we asked. I know it couldn't have been the information minister or his deputy. They would have started cussing us out and saying a whole bunch of stuff. But we are grateful to have.
No, let me put you in check. Daniel Sano was here. He didn't. No, man, come on now. Come on, let's give Daniel Sano credit. He was here. He didn't do that.
He did.
All right, man.
So let me finish. Don't let me lose my thought. So I want to thank the Honorable Minister for his great interaction and tolerance with regards to all of the questions we asked and our interaction with him. Like I said, government is in continuity. You come, you build on whatever the previous government left over. And so we're not going to sit here and say, oh, because they are doing this and doing that. At the end of the day, the Liberian people will decide what's best. But when it comes to, what he explained here tonight, I want to say kudos to him, and we look forward to having him here again anytime for us to have more discussions. Using state resources to apply our roles and stuff like that is not a guarantee that the Liberian people will vote you into power. The Liberian people have that right to vote for whomever they want. I just want the vice president to listen and hear that very clearly, because he made statements like that before, and I want to use this platform to just air all my views. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. It was great. The conversation was great, and I enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Honorable Sita.
Well, thank you very much. And I think We had a great show. The Minister of Public Works gave us a lot of information with respect to road construction and connectivity in the country. I think it was good on his part that he came to inform the Liberian people of what he is doing at his ministry to ensure that the country is opened up with roads and to spur economic development. I want to say this. While it is true that some of these road constructions, the government is borrowing money to be able to construct most of these roads, I think it is a good thing for the country. For more than 100 years, Liberia lacks road connectivity that have contributed to the lack of development in Liberia. And I think government seeing wisdom to construct more roads to spur economic development is a good thing. It is better for us to incur the debt and develop our country than for us to sit in a country where if I want to travel from Monrovia to Grand Crew, I take almost about 3 days to go and come back. I think that is not good for development. That is not good for investment. That is not good for economic growth. So it is good that the minister and the government sees wisdom and that they are constructing all of these roads in the country. And it is good that the minister came to give us all of this information that we have tonight. I will also want to appeal to other ministers to see wisdom, to come here to tell us what they are doing at their ministerial level to improve the economic well-being of Liberians. For example, the Minister of Health, what is she doing to improve the healthcare delivery system in the country? Come and explain to her and explain to the Liberian people. The Minister of Education, also come here and tell us, how are you improving students' outcome in the country? All of these things, it gives us, when you provide this information to us and the Liberian people will understand that you are working in their interest. But if you shy away from this platform and don't want to come and explain to the Liberian people what you are doing at your ministerial level, it creates room for speculation. People speculate when they don't have information. So it is better that you come, and also the Minister of Agriculture. And it was good that the public works minister made a statement here. He made a pronouncement here, but it looked like a lot of us didn't take it. He indicated that there are 300 agro machines that are supposed to be coming into the country, tractors. That's good news for Liberia. That is good news for Liberia. It's going to spur agriculture production. But again, it came from the Minister of Public Works. That should have come from the Minister of what? Agriculture, to tell us what is he doing at his sectoral level to improve agriculture productivity in the country. So it is very important that these people come to speak to us. And by speaking to us, they are indirectly speaking to the Liberian people. So they shouldn't shy away from these public discussions, even though they will be in a hard seat, but they will provide vital information that would be able to inform the Liberian people that say, hey, look, these people are doing what they are supposed to be doing. But in the absence of that, it creates a whole room for speculations.
Thank you. Your time is up. Johnny.
Yeah, so I'm in April 1st now, so this is not April Fool. I want to appreciate the minister for providing information to the public through this platform. And I would like to just take a few seconds to summarize some of the things I understood from him. For my people in the Southeast, the minister indicated that they have funding, that there will be roadway between Barclayville to Greenville. Funding is secure, and that work should start in the next few months. The road from Buchanan to Riverside is still being discussed. They have partial funding. They're looking for secondary funding to support that. And also from Riverside to Greenville is still being discussed for funding from EU. So let's know that. And the roads also from St. Paul to Tubman Bread to Bowaterside, and the road from Medicoma border to Funjima in Lofa Way are all being secure. Funding is around $300+ million. I would appreciate the minister to get more people involved. Our roads will be maintained if we can get our people living along the road to be involved with the road maintenance. I think we can have the roads to be maintained for the period that he said they will have the durability. From what he said, a lot of the roads we have are guaranteed for 15 to 20 years. So even roads that were built during Manasari days have gone maybe 10 years now. So we have 10 more years. We start repairing or even reconstructing. So we need to think about that as we move towards 2029 and knowing who has the capacity to ensure that those roads that were built during Manasari days can be reconstructed or maintained. Because by 2029, we'll have gone 20, 15 or more years now. So all the road built during 30 days will be considered as road for maintenance or reconstruction. But I appreciate him as a young man and who was able to respond to all the questions in a very moderate and respectful manner. And he's doing very well by the way he spoke to us. And we will encourage all our ministers in government and department heads of government to also make sure that they come to this platform to inform Liberian people about what they are doing so that it can reduce the speculation and assumptions by public viewers and the rest of it. So, Gilman, thank you for hosting. Thank you for being moderator. I appreciate my colleagues, panelists, Veta, Seton, Sarah, Fanta, Tomalin, and Pewee. Good night. And I'm in April 1st already. Thank you.
Donnie, I will hit you up in your inbox. I got a question for you.
Thank you, Mama. I'm always available.
Let me go to Honorable Nagbe.
Yeah, thank you very much. Great show. Thank you to Johnny and also the rest of my colleagues here tonight. Yeah, I think the minister he did quite address some of our questions, but I think he really very intentionally sidestepped a good number of the questions that we came on with. I mean, we give him all the deference, because he's a minister of our government. And I'm happy that in his parting statement, he attempted to amend to attune for some of his expression. He said Fanta was all over the place. I think that was totally inappropriate. And I was shocked that nobody called him out as much as we all tried to maintain and
I
give
didn't
him
even
the
hear he
criticism.
said that though.
Yeah, he did. He did.
He said, but he atoned in his closing.
He did too, but I think he was too general in that. I think he should have been a little bit more specific. But I was also surprised that the minister will come in and tell us that when he sat in a cabinet meeting in May, where Mama Ability made a presentation, she didn't just make a statement. Not only that, they paraded this town with yellow machines and the president photos all over it, all over them.
That's a
For
fact.
this minister to sit down here and tell us he's unaware of that, I was shocked by that. I have a lot of respect for him, but I lost a good part of it tonight because I think he is just one of the same old. He came here to sell whatever little fish he had to sell, and that's what he was particular. But he didn't care much about, the questions we had. How is it that we started a contract for 285 machines for almost $80 million, and we got to 22 or so million, and we still are maintaining the same quantity? Something had to give. Either the quality of the machine had to give, or somebody lied deliberately. And the people who made that presentation to go to work every day in the president's office. So, I understand he doesn't work in the president's office, but he's a senior government official. So, the clear bombing, project, he was talking about, why the 2 lanes were chosen. Why are we settling, when we negotiate for our government? How is it that bombing to clear is better than Kakara to Banga or Ganda to Hapo? Why do we have a 4-lane going to Okema and we don't have 4-lane going to Hapo? I don't understand that. I mean, we are planning for our country. We're not planning for today. We're planning 25, 30 years down the road. So, again, I thank him for coming. I appreciate the fact that he came. I hope next time when he comes back again, he will be a little bit more, forthcoming. I think tonight, he came here to sell a piece of whatever he had, and he did. But I think most of the questions that I think the audience wanted to hear, and I was reading some of the comments in the session, a lot of people, were not totally pleased with the answers that he gave. But I want to thank him for coming, and thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, real quick. If you were grading him 1 to 10, what would that be? What were your grade?
I'll probably give him a 4.
Sarah Dopoh.
I'll give him a 3.
And I don't want to know you people sending me no
Okay,
messages.
Johnny, before you leave, I wanted to catch you before you leave your grade from 1 to 10.
I'll give him 5.
5. Seaton, graded. We got 5, 4, 3. Well, I know.
What you expect from Seaton? What you expect?
Listen, Seaton might gain half. Seaton, what were you grading? What were you grading, man?
Quite honestly, before I state how I would
man, just give me your number, man.
I think regardless of the politics, I think the minister did his best. So I will give him a 7.
7, okay.
I told you that.
Excellent.
My president.
Let me go to Sylvester Pewee.
Thank you. I think I followed, and I was talking, and I was surprised. Ever since this thing happened, I know my old man Nagbe still have some issues against me all the time. He will understand this. From that, I'm not sure I'm one person. I'm kind of.
But why Sylvester? He asked a lot of questions today.
Sir, and please. I don't know how many questions you are. There are 2 questions, a lot of questions. You want to see?
I said you. I said me.
But
I know you are usually.
Deeply, I'm an observant kind of an element, and I go beyond that. I'm a Machiavellian type of, most of this kind of
things. You're 2 minutes going.
I'm coming to it. So Mr. Nagbe will say, "Oh, Pewee, the kind of." But I think he took some time then to call up the minister. The minister said, "Father are going all over the place and everything." But I have never seen him call Father to order when she's going all over the place trying to attack the guests. And that is a disservice to this show. And you should be the veteran in this place to trying to call people to order when they are going below the belt. But let me come back to the issue.
No, he's right. He has to make that point.
Hey, come on now.
And how the minister came in today. Listen, we ought to create this platform, and there's some clear article in terms of the preamble of this platform we have. It's an interactive, informative mechanism to play a major role in the democratization of Liberia. That you encourage all sides to interact. All sides, meaning you have to be very decorous across those people coming on this show.
I know.
That's one of the reasons why we exhibit this role.
Okay,
so
Pewee, go ahead.
To come up quickly and say that the minister, for me, the performance is not the issue. The issue is about how we ask the questions, and some of those. Listen, people in Foya, Lofa, Meriden, in Veraji, if these people were to come and say today that the government got 1 kilometer of road paved, I would not get vexed with them, because they done some of them. Those are particularly that didn't go to school. But to come and sit on our platform and say the government only have 500 kilometers of road, and you saying that full-throatedly, it's concerning. And then people want, and you want to get emotional about it. You harboring with this, gesturing around with those kind of a line, and then it will correct that it's a problem. We're going to have a problem here all the time, because some of us will not sit on this platform and allow anybody to be a conduit of mis and disinformation to the people. The country, and nobody have to tell us from the beginning. Where are you from, Mr. Nagbe? Where are you from? That road, Banga Road, all the other roads, then you said this and that is clear. That's the case. But first and foremost, what I've tried to prioritize in terms of moving forward is for us to always engage our guests in a way and manner that will be interactive, right? It's not a dialogue, and that's the stage I want to set. And listen, I have never, people say I'm not a lawyer, and I don't intend to be one. Probably it's still possible that I can take on to that, because this is a learning curve. But listen, I come on this show not to defend public officials. The public, if I want a job, I will go to Liberia and hunt for a job. It's my country. Everybody under the sun want a job. If I wanted a job, I wouldn't have resigned 2 years to the election from the Myean administration. If I was desperate for a job, I resigned. No, there was no problem. I resigned willingly. So it's not an issue. Every time when we come and say things that are orderly, people come and say, "Oh, we don't even want a job. They want a job. They want a job." You don't know me. They say, if you don't know the food, I mean, you're calling Jalo. I'm not hungry. People come and say, if I want a job, I will go and get a job.
If you don't know the full name, you just move and call him Jalo. No. So if you come and say, oh, the public minister, don't give me dime. No government in the bureau give me dime. So
we forgot that.
Mr. Johnny, please give me a time.
No, you can't forget it because it's an ongoing situation.
Johnny is a cow. This is a cow we have on the show. I'm not a cow.
Listen, no, Pewee. I'm just saying.
Don't let people come on the show tell somebody say, listen, people say you want to be lawyer, but other people go to. Listen,
don't listen to the get to your closing.
Yeah, do not talk. He interrupt my closing.
I'm just telling you that you have said it over and over. Like just conclude.
No. You can when you finish the call, you can do your call and I'll conclude on another one. But that's what I want to say. The point about the information issue here is that we're going to use this medium, Mr. Gayman and the rest of the folks here, to give across the information that are genuine and very that will strike the balance and fair enough. Any attempt, if I'm on this show, maybe if I'm not on the show, it will slap. I'm not going to allow no mis or disinformation to be heralded by any individual on the show. I will come in and correct you. If that would be the basis of you going to be, you want to go bingo, you can go bingo.
I hope somebody can correct you too.
Of course, I'm open to correction, Sarah. I'm not one of those that don't open to correction. I'm interactive. I'm open to correction. So I will be here.
We do your closing.
Because the point you're making here is Fanta quoted or source.
No,
she wasn't speaking for herself.
Listen.
No, she didn't quote no source. You see,
she said she Googled the information.
No, but you Google. Why you say Google information and you send it to about?
Pewee, how much you gave him? Why you get a minister?
For tonight, interaction with the Minister of Public Works, I will give, and that is hinged on most of the reports that came out in recent time. I will give. Being the Minister of the Year and the kind of work he's been doing on all the major corridors in the country, and they based on the presentation tonight and the way he adequately presented himself, and in a more detailed form on raffle those strategic role playing that he has in the country, I will give the minister 8.5.
Josh.
You know, before Tomalin comes, just give me about 10 seconds. Let me address my young brother here. All right.
I think also
Sylvester, let me tell you.
No, but let me talk about the premier. They can be down.
Yeah. Me a coward on the show. I can respect my guy. Also, as he is. You can't be ashamed of me a cow on this show.
And Sarah and politics.
You are not my father, but anybody in the show, everybody in the show, we are equally competent.
I'll just say
Let me say this.
I will speak.
Let me say this, right? Mr. Gayman, look. First of all, you know what? How I guess when they come here, what the public says. And I'm getting it. Look, most people are telling me that these are people who don't even support the government, saying he was calm, very, 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 very composed and relaxed. If he was somebody who was reaction, he would have been back and forth. But you saw all the time how he was calm. You know how he was very calm and relaxed, and that's how everybody praising he's a great communicator, and I think he held his tough. Okay, he in a tough position, a tough ministry he's into. Remember when the government started, he was under pressure. People were calling for him to resign, but he has held his ground. And moreover, let me say this. Look, say what you want to say, but the issue about the 4-year project. You guys probably made a comment and come through the government on the bus with that project. Of course, you all know the project, the 4-year project. You expect the minister to come and say, and come and criticize and hit the government for that. No, it won't happen. The politics, don't let anybody to say that. You're in the position today. I love the answer he gave. He said on the Ministry of State, and they gave their own technical advice about the case, but he wouldn't have gone deep into it to come and through the ministry, the government on the bus. He won't do that. You'll be your government power tomorrow, you won't do the same thing too. So that can get it clear. And moreover too, I think he addressed the question I asked, the special question that was in his scope. He answered the questions, and And so, like I said, I joined Pewee to gain 8.5. I think he did extremely well tonight. He held his calm. He held his cool. But to come and say I would just denigrate and bring him down, no. I think how many people have how many ministers got you think election minister? That was a lady who, I'm telling you, she should be one of those that be coming on platform to talk. But you think she will come? No, she want to go on class, we go there and stay there. Health minister. You'll see them there. You won't see them come on platform like this. And all watching the show tonight, because I'm sure I send them the link to, and they won't tell you that they will show themselves. They will watch on YouTube where you can see them. But so for him to come, so I think he had his cool. All the time he was provoked. He could have reacted differently, but he kept his calm. His qualification his credential was questioned. I mean, everything was, you saw it. I mean, and let me repeat before I end, Mr. Gayman. Setting jobs, the Minister of Health. You don't have to be American to be Minister of Health in the country. No. Same with defense. You gotta be defense minister. No. Probably we're the same way.
But who is the American Minister of Health now, Tomalin? Who is the Minister of Health in this country?
Yeah. The chief, you see, you should come and question people like that. So I think we are on obligation to. If the guest is respectful with us, we are on obligation to protect the guest. Not to come and
the minister did well, we agree.
So, so again, I repeat, I think he did well and he's doing well. And I just wish him well with what was happening, but thank you.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in.
Jerome, you're going to give me the 10 seconds?
Yeah, go ahead with your 10 seconds. Well, I don't want you guys to go back and forth now.
No, we're not.
Give me what your point, what your score for him.
We're not. Look,
I was about to go, but y'all go ahead, and I will close on that. Go ahead.
First of all, I think Sylvester has to understand we are all panelists here, and I think there's a disclaimer down there now. Whatever we say and do here represent us individually.
Yeah.
Whatever I do and say here represents me individually. I don't expect Sylvester to tell me how to behave on a panel, just like he would not expect me to tell him. I am saying what I'm saying. Let me say what I want to say, and let him say what he wants to say, period. Don't tell me what I'm supposed to say or what you expect me to say. I'm saying what I'm saying.
So when you criticize me for something,
no, let me.
You see, this is why I didn't want us to do this.
So
I am just giving my observation of our exchanges tonight, and I agree. I think the minister was very, his comportment was very good. I like that. But I maintain that he sidestepped most of my questions. And I think his expressions were also good, except that one that he made. And I made that clear. That's what I'm saying. So whether Mr. Pewee likes it or not, it really has absolutely nothing to do with me. I don't care. I don't care. I don't need him to tell me because I don't tell Pewee how to pose this question. He shouldn't come here telling me how to behave myself. That is beyond the pale. And I expect him to leave me alone as I'm leaving him alone. We come here, we bring our thing, we leave it here.
CMC.
I don't expect him to tell me how to behave. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Johnny, you want to say something real quick?
Oh, so I expect you to tell me what to do too.
CMC.
You've been saying you actually expect to tell me what to do, but you don't
Listen, if you're not from Lofa, you can't speak no more. Even from Lofa, you can speak. Johnny, you're not from
Look, Mr. Gilman and everybody else are being very moderate and quiet on this show. That doesn't mean I cannot be as hostile as anybody is on the show. I can be anything, anytime. We are human beings, right? So Pewee cannot be making a statement. He have been level on one thing over and over. I said, Pewee, it's okay. We have understood that. Then you come and say I'm a coward. How can I be a coward when you also say cannot tell me that kind of thing? I mean, you also have to be a coward. You understand what I'm saying? So
Pewee, they be confused people on the show.
Listen.
You know what? Let's go that at the back.
No.
Okay,
let me say in the open space. If you want to withdraw a statement, I will stop. If you can withdraw, I will stop.
No, but he didn't. Listen,
no, 1 minute.
He didn't direct it to you. He said anybody who does that is a coward.
No. I was asking him, I'm telling Pewee, you are saying over and over, be so now let's move forward. And said you are a coward. So I want Pewee to be clear. If you want to withdraw that down and stop, but you want to take it forward, then no problem, Pewee. You know you got very seriously in common. You know that, Pewee.
Listen, let me reiterate this. Any attempt for anybody on this show that will interrupt me coming down on someone that is expressing deep conspiracy theory on this show. That is tantamount. That is cowardice. That is cowardice.
Yeah, but Pewee,
so
I will also tell you,
that is cowardice.
Listen, Pewee.
Let me say this,
Pewee, listen,
I respect you, but the point there is,
any attempt to waste our time to be repetitive or any issue here, we'll bring the book. We all got time on the show here.
And therefore, unfortunately, what you don't do, you don't remind those that are messy from making
then say that you only show.
Johnny, you are not a moderator. I think Mr. Gayman is a moderator. He's supposed to call people.
You said on the show, Johnny, you listen to her say those things.
Mr. Gayman is the one that's supposed to.
And you don't say nothing. You just can't hold it with praises. You don't have to praise him. No.
I'm not praising him. If you make a statement, I agree with you. I will agree with you. Okay, look, Mr. Gayman, what's your score? I will talk to people in the back. But I don't appreciate that about him. It's very wrong. It's very wrong. The show. It's wrong. People does not own the show.
No, I don't. I didn't get that position. But the point is, I agree with that.
Listen, guys, let me close so we can go.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman.
First of all,
I'm doing an average now of the show.
I'm coming. I'm going to go to it. Listen.
Yeah.
The minister came in. He began with a number. He says that the government had paved 121 kilometers, and then he had to readjust. Then he says the RIA road that they accused the former president administration for being incompetent and corrupt. They have done the audit, and they are satisfied with the audit. So that means they falsely accused the former president and the administration. So he said they are satisfied with the audit. That means everything they said about the past administration was never true. He said that. He says, and the work will begin within the next maybe 2-3 weeks or so. Then the road to Foya, he says, it will continue pending Kuwait funding. The road to the southeast, he said it will begin in the next dry season. The road from Gabriel Tucker Bridge will start very soon. The Japanese highway will be done. The RIA highway will be completed minimum December 2027 to 2028. The Buchanan-Sando highway will be done pending funding. 14,000 jobs created based on what they have done.
Where's the data?
Listen, he had to retract because I put him on the spot whether the 14,000 jobs were permanent job or job in addition to the 70. He said no, within the 70,000. So based on what I got here, everything is futuristic, will be done, will be funded, will be completed, will be done. 7.
No, Mr. Gayman, can I correct you on something? Everything is not. The Lofa road said they got the fund for that.
But he said they will start. So that's what I'm talking about. The question what we're looking for here, how many? Listen, the road you asked for, the question you asked for was how many of the road that they have completed.
Yes. But Mr. Gayman, let me just add this. You indicated that he said that the audit of the RIA road has been completed and they are satisfied with it.
Yes.
Now, I just want to provide this caveat. Being satisfied with an audit does not necessarily mean that the person who the auditor is clear.
Oh, no. Don't even go there.
No.
Listen,
they are satisfied with the audit. Hold on. They started an audit. The audit is complete. They are satisfied with that work. That does not necessarily mean that the person who was audited, was right or wrong.
I do audit every year, so don't go there. Listen, if there was any fraudulent thing found on the CDC government as they have pledged,
you have to wait for the full audit report.
Listen. These people accuse the CDC government of being corrupt. They stole money. If that audit have found that, they would have been the first.
But the audit is not made public.
But listen, he said we are
But
satisfied.
they will have been the first to echo it.
No, the public. Look, he said
Listen.
we are satisfied. It has not been made public, so you cannot make a conclusion
Mr. Jackson,
based on what he said.
Mr. Jackson, I get funding here. I just went through an audit. If the county felt not satisfied, they would have put a halt to what I'm doing until I give our clarity. I know about funding.
No, my
I know
point.
about audit.
My
That's not
point
how
here
it
is
works.
the
If they
audit
are
is not public.
if they are satisfied with
we-
your audit, they will continue the funding. If they are not satisfied, they will halt it. The gentleman said they are satisfied with the funding. So CDC is clear.
No, you can't make that generalization. That's a generalization. You can't make that.
That's your opinion. Now,
Yeah, I'm entitled to it.
Based on what he did, with everything being in the future. And I told you when I came, we would travel on that road, the RIA road. These people said the CDC government was so incompetent, they would have done the road. This may tell you the road may not be completed until the next election cycle, 2028. That is 3 years from now.
No, he gave a condition. Though. He gave a condition. There is a bridge. There is a bridge on the road that is going to take 2 years to complete.
Listen.
So you got to take that into consideration too.
See that the bridge is part of the road construction.
Yeah, but it takes 2 years to complete.
So when you're talking about that's why you make it estimate. Everything is in there. He said no. He said December
Everything you're tied to politics.
December 2028. So what I'm telling you here,
everything you're tied to politics.
1 year at school now. They are 5 or 3 or 4.
I gave him credit for professionalism. I gave him credit for presentation. I gave him credit for what he did. I gave him a 5.
Okay. So just to say 5, you went all over the place.
Oh yeah. Listen, Honorable P. Listen.
No, he's entitled to his vote.
Let me go to the average.
Okay. So the average is 5.125.
No, we got 3, we got 5, we got 7, we got 4, we got 8.5, we got 8.5, and we have 5. You average it all divided by 7, we got 6.
But people again 8.5 too.
No, people are getting 9.
8.5.
That's it.
I think Fanta are gonna gain 0.
Let me tell you.
It's 8. That's 7.
Let me tell you to get a number.
Peabody just carry up to 9.2. So
no, you see, give it a Fanta. He give Fanta 9.2.
But quickly, right, Mr. Gayman, before we leave, right? There are heated discussion going on about this guy nominated for the NEC chairmanship.
Yeah, we
the
know.
information I'm getting is that the president is under a lot of pressure now. But again, his president insisting that he will not change his nomination. But the boys in the court of the Liberian Senate, and we said this: certain senators will put on record. We'll call them out, and we'll watch them. We'll monitor this confirmation process very seriously. If senators, if they don't vote their conscience and so forth, while it is true, the president has the authority on the constitution to nominate anybody he feels necessary for a job in the government. But with our political issues in the country and with the toxicity of the politics, you gotta be very mindful who you nominate as chairman of NEC, or it's not cause problem. So we are monitoring this seriously, and the various senators, there are 30 senators. We'll monitor them, and we'll see how they will vote. And if they leave all the people concerned and they vote for this man to be confirmed without giving the public the due diligence, then they will come on a serious attack, because we'll call them out and we'll make sure that if they're on re-election, we'll make sure you can get re-elected. We're running against you. Trust me, you can be my best friend, whoever. We'll put it behind you.
And I think you made a salient point, Mr.
Actually, seriously.
Yeah.
And then lastly, I'm hearing that the Liberian for Trump in Minnesota were deported.
And I think with respect to the Elections Commission chairperson appointed by the president,
But
yes,
Pewee, Mr. Sina, I'm coming. Pewee, how do we do that? How do they do the voting in the Senate? Is there voice vote, or we can actually hold people accountable for the vote that they do here?
In the president, they introduced they got the year near vote, and they got a hair count vote. So it's possible, but they tried increasing it to change this concept of year near vote and move to the hair count, because hair count where the journal will capture your vote. It should be captured that Representative Pewee, income Representative Gayman voted on this, so it should be known who voted against, who abstained, and the rest of that. So that is the basis of it, and we still follow basically the Robert rule of parliamentarian proceeding, right? But we do have a legislature, but it's also possible that in the very rule of parliamentarian proceeding, they gave you the room to adopt your own rules, and the Constitution of Liberia did that also, gave them the room to do that. But yes, the year nil is on, but major votes, major laws that have been legislated on or debated don't no more require the year nil. It will have to be a hair count, and that hair count meaning you have to be captured as it is done here in the United States Congress.
Okay, well.
Jerome, let me just quickly.
I wanted to speak.
One minute, guys, I'm coming. On my end, we have our legislative reporter now has to be on queue, so we can know who voted. Because here, like you say, ESPN, C-SPAN, we have a list where you can download and see who voted for whom.
Absolutely.
We don't have that in Liberia, so that means our reporters have to be in the
yes.
Senate to actually take the hair count.
Yeah, it is the journalists that will report. Even when journalists are reporting, represented this vaccine, this voted. But we have to. You're right, Mr. Gayman. I think we'll tell Dan. I think it's the legislative reporter to take note of that and actually capture those things. So it's necessary that the legislative journal may not be accurate in terms of the publication, but yeah, it's also within that they will capture those things. But it's important that the journalists report on those things, and it's on the basis of that the reports are filtered out.
That's correct, because we don't want to falsely accuse anybody for not voting or voting when we don't have the record. Before you, go ahead, Len.
With respect to the president appointing the new chairperson of the National Elections Commission, while it is true that Mr. Wider is qualified, he was on the Elections Commission before. I think the fact that he hails from the county where the president hails from, and the president is up for re-election. I think
he is from Bapolu, not Lofa.
They say he's from Bapolu.
No, he was not born in Bapolu. He was born in Lofa.
No, but he's
whether he's from Bapolu or Lofa, that county, that part of Liberia used to be known as Lofa County.
That's what I'm saying. He was because he was born before.
So the fact that he was appointed,
yes,
while it is true that he's qualified for the position, I'm not negating his qualification, but looking at our politics, the toxicity of our politics, right? The toxicness of our politics, and I think it is imperative that the president withdraw this nomination. I don't think it is in the best interest of Liberia, knowing for a fact that you are up for re-election and you are appointing one of your king's men to monitor and supervise an election that you'll be taking part in.
His nephew.
Yeah, his nephew. You're right. I think that sets a wrong precedent, and I just hope that the Liberian Senate will see wisdom to reject this nomination, but we will monitor them seriously to ensure that all those who vote for this nomination will campaign vigorously to make sure that they don't win re-election. Thank you very much.
Yes, Victor.
Yeah, thank you, Jerome. I totally agree with Mr. Seaton here, and I hope the president, will listen to those around him. I understand he may not be running for re-election, but there are people in the party who will be running for re-election, and so they themselves they're paying attention to what the people think about their performance in government. Having said that, there is rumors circulating that some lawmakers have been given money, who may have been implicated in the fire incident to vote against Yeke so that their charges will be dropped. Jerry Yobo of the CMC has come out with a statement totally denying that as false. And so I just wanted to register that what is being, reported.
Even Abu wrote a statement too. Abu.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So I just wanted that.
that.
Absolutely. So Jerry Yobo is coming out to say that is false. He is not part of any such plan. But thank you.
And quickly, Mr. Gayman, sorry, on that note also, I think Yeke Kromah, the last time we came on the show, for the first aspect I listened to him, and I went back and listened to him over and again. And I think, let me say for the record, as a political person, as a human also, I think I retract my first statement that he should be, that was tantamount to the statement, because I listened to it over and over, particularly last night. Around this morning, around 2, I went through it over and again while doing some other work and other thing. I believe that there's no room whatsoever. And those that are behind this thing about getting Yeke expelled or suspended should stop. I think it's going nowhere. If they did it, it's going to be maybe state sponsor. And I will call on those that are, and this is the time that the opposition should actually unite behind Yeke. And there's that other clip. We'll play it tomorrow on the show. We'll try to put all the pieces together that when these guys at the time praised Yeke when he was attacking the former president and the former administration, the Minister of Information referred to the man as the lone soldier. Moali said, impeachment, go to hell. You can't impeach the general. They refer to the man as the general. Listen, it's so terrible. Now you see people now try to get at Yeke. And listen, Yeke all the time, there was no attempt to expel. Now, as per the record, you cannot impeach a sitting lawmaker. Article 38 of the Constitution of Liberia call for expulsion, or that their rules, as per the Constitution of Liberia, they will now move to 2 things. Their rule call for suspension and expulsion also. But to expel one, you have to get 2/3 majority of it. So 2/3 majority of 73%, if my math is right, it's about 48 persons. Right, so you need 48 to do that. But the Constitution says cost. What's the cost, man? Are they going to tie that, saying the statement was tantamount to treason? If that is treasonable, then you have to justify that now you have to invite him with his lawyer to get him, due process. I don't think if the opposition can, and I hope the citizens and other opposition lawmakers will unite behind him this time around. Yeke being very forthcoming in supporting the current opposition as he did the last time. So listen, the guy may be out of the cup sometime in terms of his attitude. I like the guy, but I don't like his approaches, the way he moves, the erratic nature he does some things, right? But in terms of this one, and listen, I retract my statement, and I want it to be this kind of person. I retract the statement of him calling for his expulsion. I have now gone through all of the tips. I've evaluated it, reevaluated it. I believe that, listen, Yeke didn't say anything different from what the press secretary said. Yes.
But where were you? You didn't criticize people for making that statement.
Pewee, I want you to flag.
He was supposed to correct you.
Pewee, please flag Johnny Henna. That statement. People
we have to correct each other now.
Let's put John Henna up here. Let's laugh a little bit.
What?
Is it Yeke
should not wouldn't
be expelled, but also persecuted, and his ass go to jail for life.
Look at I'm tired. But why has he gone so much to go to jail for life?
Mr. Gayman,
he kill somebody?
Mr. Gayman, it is Supreme Court can put for king for 6 months for
why can't John, right? John Henna said, lock him up. He sound like the Republican Hillary Clinton. Lock her up.
John Henna should be locked up too for cussing on our platform.
Yeah, exactly. Locked up for what, 6 months?
Yeah, right.
But for an attempt to go on this issue, and where it will be aborted, if this mission get aborted, and I suspect it's going to be aborted, or if they forward this issue and it's going to be forward, if that is done, trust me, you'll give Yeke an extraordinary notoriety.
Wow. Yes.
And
absolutely.
The same thing
I said that the other day.
It will make him more popular. One of them was sitting down to the parliament having drink that day. I told the guy, I said, one of the assistant minister, I said, comrade, the way we handling Yeke Kromah in the district number 10, trust me, people will come up and let me make a disclaimer. One of my sisters left from her district. She
Oh.
called me and she told me, say, I left on to go rest. When you come to rest, I said, I'll be coming soon to rest before the election. My sister told me, say, I said, where you rest? I'm going to Lofa. She said, no, I'm going all road to rest over Yeke Koluba. Oh, yes. The reason why you do it, her response to me was, the man is talking for people and the government targeting him. So we all going to vote so he can win. Exactly. That's the reason how Yeke beat Josephine Davis at the time. And listen, if they were to attempt to do it again to him, he would not probably they got a chance to defeat him in the coming elections. If they went about it the right way,
they ain't got no chance.
It's hard, man. It's hard. So if they went about it wrongly, you'll give him serious notoriety. And then trust me, Yeke may even go for the Senate in Maserati and win it.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's not making new Yeke.
You can I mean go for the Senate in Maserati and attempt he can go there and maybe probably win it.
Yeke say he will tell you why he's running for office in 2029. In fact, he's going to tell his friend Dumbuya. He's a good friend of Dumbuya.
But Mr. Nagbe, Mr. Gayman, see this. Last week, Yeke is sitting, I think, on the left or right side of Magay. You saw the crowds, Magay and the CC, they pulled out in Buchanan?
Yeah.
Is that concerning?
That's right.
So
that's what I said on this place. Is that concerning?
You know, our people say something about even Benin can break your tooth, right? This government has to be careful.
Very much.
They have to be careful. It's small little. They talking the threat too much, and something as little as they could unravel this government here. I think there's a lot of people who are coming to Yeke's support. I hope this government is reading the room. You know, all of this thing they've been doing. A lot of people are coming out. They think the border issue is more important than the impeachment of Yeke. And we think this government has not handled this issue, then we think they should be handling it. And to leave that line down and talk about impeaching Yeke, they have to be careful. This is a divided country.
You know what? But Victor, I've always asked a question, right? I've always asked a question. The Dumbuya forces or the Guinean forces are the one that encroached on our place. They're the one violated us. You know, they came into our land.
Right.
And he invited us to his country for meeting. And I've always asked, did Dumbuya tell President Bouquet why he did or why he gave his soldiers that instruction to come and occupy the land across the river?
That's a very good question, Johnny. You're asking, sir.
And I kept asking that question, and we have not heard any comment from the government concerning that.
Johnny, you can extrapolate, right? And I know Sylvester the diplomat, but you can extrapolate. We went to Conakry, we came back, they will increase their anger against us. What does that tell us?
Yes.
It means they made a demand that we are not exceed at all. That's how we can interpret.
So Johnny, before you conclude,
yeah.
Before you conclude on your point, that's a very important point on a serious note here. And yeah, what we're hearing from behind the scene, I'm speaking to some sources from both sides, and for some reasons,
you know what, people want me, you know, your sources, from my experience with knowing who you are, maybe around 90% confirmed because I know who you are and you know who I am. So go ahead.
Yes, from both sides, and here's why the government, and Yeke said something here a little bit mindful. Here's why the government are telling the Liberian people. The Guinean government is not only that they're paranoid, they've been suspecting that there are some plans for insurrection to start from Liberia and move into Guinea. This full-out defense force thing, they protect the government don't want to talk nothing about it. No, so listen, Mr. Nagbe and the rest of the folks on this play, the Guinean, I follow the Guinean politics deeply, and he said he's laughing. The Guineans, not the money they're talking about. There's no money saying or mineral thing the Guinean concerned about. They are deeply concerned about that full-out defense force thing. The Fulanese have been pushing, even when Africa.
But how they got that information about the full-out defense force?
Oh, they saw it on social media. They got intelligence. Sarah, they spend good money on intelligence.
Not only that, the major opposition party in Guinea that everybody know to have won the election was stolen. He's a Fula man, very wealthy Fula guy.
Oh, got you.
He got a lot of money, very wealthy.
They call him
But
Ture.
why will we allow Fula people to have stuff in our country like
Syria Ture is and he had an issue. Even Alpha Conde had problem with him now. So Sarah and the rest of the folks here, the current president in Guinea is a Mandingo man. The past president was also a Mandingo man. They see the Fulapo as a serious rival. They never tell an instance of protest and they can move and kill most of the and the Fula people are the most wealthy people in Guinea.
Oh wow!
They control the economy. They got the money. Now, let me see another intelligence that I'm receiving also. The Guineans suspect even what compounded the situation again recently. The 1.2 million they found that Fula guy, they believe that money was coming for the purpose of those people. You see, the government will have to move and communicate diplomatically. The government is not doing that. They leave Yeke alone.
Wait, the 1.2 million why again?
They arrested 1.2 million one Fulani guy.
Okay.
At the Mano River border, yeah, coming into the country.
My inside source told me yesterday again. They protecting that very seriously.
And what did they do with that money?
I don't know yet what they have done with the money.
No, it's coming actual account.
Yes. So the Guineans see that also now as one of their justifications. They say, oh, they first saw the Dopoh training, then they're posting this, posting that, posting the economy. Then we have the presidential spokesperson justifying those people, the poor, normal people, regular people. The poor are not taking it lightly. So, but the Liberian government not communicating.
But then, Sylvester, let me ask you this. Are the Guineans still not happy with the way the government turned over Sheriff, back I think in November or so? Remember that guy we got to pick up?
Yeah, that PV. They call him PV.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And this guy, one of the lead person that was along with Daddy's Kamara, and Daddy's Kamara took that time in 2009 when President Lassana Conte passed. But eventually in 10 months time, they shot him in the head. Fortunately for him, he survived that. And then the other guy, the guy that took over to be the interim president at the time that shot Daddy's, is alleged that the guy just got missing a couple of days ago. He even is alleged that it's alleged they killed him. Yeah, last week, right? Now, they had the elections. Professor Alpha Conte won the elections. He won first 5 years, second 5 years. Then he went for re-election for third term. He won that election in 2020. Then 2021, August, this guy, his former AD Ken, now is the president of Guinea. He was the head of certain presidential guy. Yeah, because the then Minister of Defense that is currently in jail on Alpha Conde has told the president, say, this guy, I'm not satisfied with this guy. I'm so seeing the way he's fast growing, he may plan something. So the president tried to listen to his Minister of Defense, say, okay, I will take this guy and send him far. They send him around the Kilia region to have certain, there's a barrier there, that barrier has certain elite forces, and when they get any problem, that forces will go in. But the wrong thing, even he did. Right? Because the Minister of Defense at the time point was, let's get him up completely. Meaning, let's dismiss him from the whole thing. Because they got there, you say, 9 months after they reassigned him Mr. Gayman, he came and overthrew the president, and then eventually he conducted the election. You know that he will win it. He won the election by almost 95%.
Can you imagine that?
He dismissed all the opposition. He expelled all the opposition political party, 40 of them in the last 3 weeks. So his point then is, if he saw those things happening, and he heard that Fulanese, and he know that Fulani not from Liberia, right? Why are they training for? So
we also there with the Fulani people for training in Liberia.
Yeah, so Liberian government will have to move and tell and say, hey, no, these people are not training, and I believe the people are not training to go do nothing in Guinea. He's just paranoid. But it's the government, how the government engaged in it, that I don't know. Yeah. But this is beyond, it's not about this money saying, there's probably money in our river time to time ever since when the Pope was out boy.
Yeah, but that money too was part of it too, I believe.
It's not part of it. I'm saying that so it's not part of it. No.
Yeah, but listen, the money has some.
They're using the money not to do it.
That's what I'm saying.
Because the point is, we money sent there all along with children.
Yeah,
we're using shovel, we're using our bare hands to go take sand from there. Guinean have no issue. Even right now at the Yela Bola in Moniye, we are seeing money sent there on both sides. They don't have issue with us. But when you bring a machine that resembles mechanical work, it creates a concern. I will always register this. We have Chinese here that money, I was in Port River, that money sent with dredge machine. I don't know what we got geologists from the Ministry of Mines there to observe what's happening there. And I believe that every river has some level of mineral deposit. That's my honorary man belief. I'm not a geologist. Because of the continuous rolling of the water from north or from upstream coming down, bringing elements, and every river has a deposit, has basins. And I saw that happening in Wiswa when Jungle Gene or diverted Lofa River in the dry season and brought front rollers and machines to dig into the deposit, those potholes in the river, to mine diamond. I saw women with fender with things on the flying roller that when the machine goes and dig into the river and going to go deposit for watching, people are there with a material on it to receive, and they say find diamond and sell the. I saw that happening live in Wiswa. You know what I'm saying? So if the Guineans were concerned about having a machine on the Makuna River, now for us, the Loma from up in Vojima, we call the water Mawana because it's all the way up in Vojima. It's all the way up. It's small in Vojima. We can go there. I know the water very well. And it is that same water that we have been mining same from to even build the Lofa University in Vojima. It had no issue. But to bring a machine, that's one. Then the machine is one issue. Then maybe there are other security intelligence coming out, like you're saying about this security issue about subversion and things. And my only issue is my president went to Guinea to meet with this young man. What did he tell him that caused him to order his men to cross the river and come on our side? That up to now, we cannot hear from our president what came out of the meeting. And so when kind of Yaka Koluba issue, for me, it's a non-issue. I think they're trying to use the Koluba issue to just divert our attention from the real issue. That's what I think. Because
that's what they're trying to do.
Because when Yaka said,
1 minute. Joman Jala, please flag that here. Something right there.
Man, we'll get
that for Joman. Is saying,
what
Joman is saying,
who care about
Joman? Gilman, Yaka is not saying that he went to Guinea and brought people to come. Yaka is saying the same way our president said,
which one?
Maybe Guineans are saying
no, the one he said, Mr. Nagbe and Mr. Gayman brought war. And they're still bringing war.
I read that. But listen, Sylvester Pewee, please tell St. Tomalin Nyenwolo George that tonight I'm here. Jerome Gayman is here. It is 9:15. Segubility is now on set. I want him to please make sure to record this in history that we're here. We love TCA. That's why we come here. We don't come here when Musa Bility comes on set.
That's right. And he's not here.
And he's not here because Guinea left.
Is it?
Oh, Tomalin?
Yeah. Is it here, Mr. Nagbe, Johnny, and Mr. Gayman generation brought war upon my generation?
How can you even say stuff like that?
They are not tired friendly on this platform.
You might get the first round. Don't mind, Joman.
Hope to be with you tomorrow.
Okay, guys.
Pewee, call me, man.
Johnny, I will get you. I got a question for you.
Yeah, call me. Pewee, call me too. Let's talk. Pewee, call me, please.
All right.